right. And with that, we are once again live. Welcome to another stream of Buddha and Xionyx playing games poorly. Tonight, we're going to be doing some Icarus, as per tradition.
As per tradition.
It's good for us and therefore the world.
I don't know.
Anyways.
We're not Canada currently, arresting truck drivers.
We got another mission coming up. We are going to be doing Sandbox construction. Apparently, we need to help some hapless explorers get some smelting going on in the desert, which is really
would it be bad to say some sand people need help?
some sand people.
I mean, they have it in Star Wars. I don't think it's racist, but current climate and what have you. I mean, that is racist right there, but still.
No, that's the sand people noise.
According to racists.
Anyways, we got to set up shop, and then we got to set up two shops, our own shop, and then we got to set up a remote shop. Looks like it's going to be electric furnace and power supply out in the desert. So let's go ahead and get this shit started, shall we?
Yes, we shall.
Make sure to grab my heat resistant suit, because we are going to be playing in the desert.
I was actually, what was it, last night, 2 nights ago? Before I went to bed, go to bed with a good laugh, joy in your heart and all that shit. I was watching this one comedian, it's Russell something, I don't even remember now.
Yeah.
And, he was making a bunch of joke based on ethnicity. And I'm just like, that has to be like 1992 or something like that, because the closer you get to 2000, the more in trouble you're gonna get, and beyond 2000 you're like definitely gonna be part of some hit squad, because some group is gonna be like, that is so offensive, and it's like, what? Everybody should be laughing about themselves. No, offensive. Why?
Yeah, the world has gone and become a big old wimp. Yeah.
It's so smart you have to go to college to understand it, which means a 5-year-old has to be convinced of why they have to understand it. That's right, with that additional line I was going to be working. Okay. I'm membering.
Yep.
Them member berries.
Yeah, this should be a pretty straightforward mission. Just need to...
Yeah.
I would.
I just realized that I have tape on my ladder thing on my drop pod.
Tape is important.
Why?
You know how many times we've reused the same friggin' drop pod, dude?
I know, but it's only in, like, the bottom 3 steps.
I mean, if you hit the top 3 steps, you're just being dumb.
Well, if you fall on the top 3 steps, I guess you're dumb, but still, it's like, ahem. Yeah, screw it.
Well, you need some safety sticks with rocky points on the end.
Do. But now I'm thinking about it, I'll let you be the ones that pick up the sticks. Well, maybe not the sticks per se, but...
The wood?
Yeah. No need for me to waste my kick-ass pickaxe. Ba-doom-tsh.
Not on stone, no.
Oh, so... Yeah, well, multiple areas to go political on today.
Telling you, man, that shit's rotting your brain.
I'm sure it is, but what are the ones that got me? is so you have the Batman movie starring the twinkling vampire guy.
Yeah.
You know, one of the big issues with twinkling vampire Batman?
He doesn't twinkle?
First, yeah, that too. First 10 minutes, actually having a vampire playing Batman, there's actually something about that I didn't even notice until now.
Huh.
Huh. But either way, in the first 10 minutes, apparently you have a Asian looking person, because I have no idea if the person is Asian or not.
Yeah.
He's getting off a subway, and there are people who are looking like clowns following him off said subway, and they decide to try to accost said Asian person to, just beat him up, to steal his resources, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, apparently that's insensitive because of the increase in Asian hate crime. So, Batman, which started getting filmed like 3 years ago, is racist. I don't understand. But current Batman is racist because there's this one scene in the first 10 minutes that people are gonna cost an Asian person. So,
Okay.
yeah. I don't know. I just find that hysterical. I haven't watched the movie yet. I have next to no interest to watching the movie. But the fact that apparently this led to articles, that was fascinating. That was seriously?
Well, the thing
Or
is,
as Al Gore would put it, serial?
Batman has never been a good superhero to me. Like,
I wouldn't say
he's
that.
not even
I
a super.
enjoyed...
He's just rich and nuts. It's all he is.
No, I agree with that too. But I have to admit, when I was a kid and I was watching the animated, I was a fan. I was a fan. And as I grew older, I mean, I still enjoyed some of the live actions. I did enjoy Batman. But at this point in time, no, I am not a fan. And in fact, like, there's this actually one content creator. I enjoy him, but I do not agree with him. Like 9 times out of 10, just as a random thing for all you people out there.
Yeah. Well, unless you're gonna name drop, it doesn't really matter.
I am gonna name drop him, which is why I'm putting it out there. But well, his channel is just some guy. All one word, what have you. I support his work. You should watch him. I don't agree with him most of the time, but you should support his work. He's a good content creator as far as I'm concerned. He's passionate.
I mean, he is passionate, but I feel like he's pretty on point a lot of the time.
Oh, he is. But like, one of the things he was complaining about, which is one of his true fortes, is so with the new Lord of the Rings movie from Amazon, he was talking and pointing out the fact that the hobbits, or not the hobbits, the female dwarves don't have beards. And one of the things he decided to point out is like, yeah, if you wanted to get somebody to play a female dwarf, you could use this one guy. Now I'm going to name drop this guy too because it's important. Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh is a pretty hard right Christian guy. Okay, fine. Not going to hold it against him. But he went on Dr. Phil to have, whatever they're supposed to call it, discussion type thingy mabobber.
No.
With some, non-binary transsexual individuals, I guess. I mean, I don't know their preferred bullshit, but they have some preferred. And he gets on there and he's having a discussion, blah blah blah. So you have straight white male Christian conservative schmo having conversation with other, because
Yeah.
I'm not gonna try to the other type thing. Well, given this, he was sitting there and he's like, if you want to go for bearded female dwarfs, you could always hire Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh. And it's like, really? Not the other two people that he was having a conversation about. You're saying, hey, we could hire Matt Walsh instead of people who claim to be females and have beards. No, no, no. Let's go for the straight white conservative instead of. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to feel about this because that's like you have a perfect opportunity for other kin, just like why some people are getting bitching about Peter Dinklage going, hey, we're doing a Snow White thing, but
Yeah.
we're having a Latina as Snow White, but hiring dwarves to play dwarves is bad.
Yeah.
I'm confused. Am I a horrible person for realizing this seems dumb?
Well, and it's a fundamental misunderstanding of what the dwarves were, I think, on Peter Dinklage's part.
Yeah. Well, that's it, they live in a cave. They don't live in a cave. They
They
live
live
in
in
a
a
hut.
cottage. Yeah.
And a cottage actually is more accurate. They live in a cottage. They work in a mine cave thing. But yeah, and I don't know. I just keep thinking back to South Park on that particular front where it's like Jesse Jackson is not the king of black people, and neither is Peter Dinklage apparently.
Yeah. But that's the thing is, Jesse Jackson told Randy Marsh he was the king of black people.
No, no. Stan, his son, told Randy that he was the king of black people. So if you went and apologized to Jesse Jackson, they would apologize for Wheel of Time. I'm not going to go any further than that.
Warning, you
Oh,
have lost
shit.
connection to our servers.
Oh, it
So,
wasn't just me then?
yeah, looks like we're still connected, though.
Yeah. So the screen might go kooky soon.
No, it's not us. Your stream is still fine. My stream is still fine.
But if we're having an issue connecting to the server, I figured eventually we're going to be dropped. One or both of
I
us.
think the issue is like already solved.
Oh, well, that's hopeful and good.
Yeah,
You know,
unless
I'm
I.
not gonna lie, that's still one of my favorite episodes, the Willful episode.
Yeah.
Oh, naggers. Come on, who's thinking naggers? That was so hilarious. I looked it up on YouTube and watched it like 50 times. That was Cartman for those.
Yeah. He is both of our favorite characters.
No, and that's one of those little tidbits I've had conversations with. It's kind of like I don't think I would have enjoyed Red versus Blue without uh without Caboose, and I definitely wouldn't enjoy South Park without Cartman. Like there's a lot to or to enjoy about South Park, but without Cartman, man, I don't know. It's the same thing without Caboose in Red versus Blue. Like, you get rid of Cartman on that front or Caboose. Like, I already knew. Like, well, to be fair, you know, bit of a backstory for me and Xonix. So Xonix watched and loved Red versus Blue from Rooster Teeth, which now may be in the absolute or death throes of existence, but whatever.
They kind of brought it on themselves.
They did, and the fact that half their creators left because of, I believe, TDS, and the other or the other half were Me Too'd, I believe. Don't know, don't care. But I Xionix introduced me to it. I think I watched like the first. I actually might have watched all 5 seasons, but I think after season 1, I kind of like it was in the background. I was playing a video game. Like, I wasn't paying attention. It was like white noise watching it, so I wasn't into it. So then I watched the first, I guess, episode, as it were, the beginning of season 6, and Caboose just being Caboose, man. I was laughing my ass. I was like, I want more caboose. Caboose is great.
Caboose is a national treasure.
Yeah. And my biggest issue with Caboose is the guy who voice acted Caboose didn't like Caboose. In which case, it's like, you know what? Fuck you. You're Friday. If you do not understand the amazingness of Caboose,
You
I
don't
mean,
appreciate the
yeah,
magic that is Caboose.
Caboose was amazing. Like seriously, without Caboose, I would not have watched the show. And you know what? After I understood the amazingness that is Caboose, well, was now at this point Caboose, I
For
would
those who are
not have.
curious, Caboose is gone now.
Well,
Yeah,
the guy who voices Caboose is gone now. But yeah.
I don't think
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't gone back and watched the new Red versus Blue stuff.
I didn't even know there was a new one because I'm more curious about the new um, Ruby
Yeah.
and oh fuck berries. That was my bad. I destroyed one of your floors, but here's a pile of 100 wood as a recompense.
How did you destroy it?
I pressed Y accidentally.
You can put it back.
Uh, and then have it going an odd direction that you would get angry about, or the fact that I don't have the bonus for your wood
It
buildings.
doesn't
No, no, no.
matter. The build as soon as I
No,
make
no,
it,
no,
it has
no.
the
You're
bonus.
you're rationalizing. No, I'll let you do it.
Lazy son of a bitch. You destroyed it and got some wood.
I mean, I put down 100 wood. Actually, to be fair, now that I look at it, it still maintains the starness.
I told you it
Wait,
did.
whoa.
What?
Well, I used it and it disappeared. So, not my fault.
I'm gonna say if you can put down a fire, I can start cooking some shit.
Yeah, that's why I'm making some stone. And I guess I'll go straight for, oh, got enough. Pit fire? Oh, and that was actually well, as far as I'm concerned, that was a great find. That one video from Worley Gray, another channel I'm totally cool name dropping because I thoroughly enjoy that channel. Just kind of not even well, not he was kind of specifically talking about the Russia Ukrainian conflict, but he wasn't talking about the Russia Ukrainian conflict. Ah, fuck berries. Wrong button. Button. All right.
It is weird. Whenever I Oh, it's just because the camera keeps going to that side of the fire pit.
Yeah, I've had that happen
That
before. Same
is
thing with like every once in
odd.
a while it makes me like 2 feet taller. Wait, what? Okay, I need 50 wood to be able to make the workbench. Are you gonna make the workbench or?
Planning on it.
But yeah, no, like the fact that his video starts off with, it's like, you know, when it comes to this Russia-Ukraine conflict, I know nothing. I have like no opinion. And literally the only opinion I have that is legitimate is the libertarian perspective that, you know what? The non-aggression pact. So invading is bad because it violates the rights of others. Outside of that, I I don't know why anyone in this conflict is good or bad. But the other thing is, apparently for a couple of years now, uh, Washington Post, New York Times, you know, lefty type, uh, newspaper things.
Yeah.
Well, they've been arguing and complaining about the fact that, well, Ukraine's filled with a bunch of white nationalists. What? Why are we angry about Russia killing a bunch of white nationalists? Which is, as far as the lefty newspaper people are concerned, is what is technically happening right now. I mean, we've had years of smash the fash. I so I actually have a more moral quandary with the non-aggression pact than the Democrats have with what's going on right now.
I need some leather from you.
Let's go in the house so it doesn't, roll. Okay, good. I'm not on fire. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't on fire. So, leather, fur, stone if you need it. Do you need wood? Fuck
I'll
it.
take it.
There's 100 wood. And you may need it, but there's 100 stone.
That's bone. That was 6.
That too. And there's a bone knife just in case.
Nice.
That's everything.
Very nice.
And hey, you set up a place next to a bunch of yeast so I can get...
Yeah. I thought that would be nice so we could have the antibiotics.
Or whatever, yeah. Is it biotics or bacterial?
Biotics.
But yeah, no, that morally gray breakdown, I enjoyed. Of course, I do have to admit, one of the things, did you actually watch that, or was that something that I just posted?
If you posted it today, I haven't watched it yet. Today
Okay,
was
I posted
a
it
full day
today.
for me.
Yeah, well, you got a massive raise today, so yeah. But
I
one
wouldn't
of the
say
things that got me,
massive.
you wouldn't say, you want to say the number and see if somebody responds to that?
All said and done, it'll be $16,000 this year. Well, it's gonna be
$16,000
18.5
raise.
this year. No, not this year. I don't. The 10 is fixed,
To
and
us
the
poor people, let us say go fuck yourself. But either way, or yeah, no, I won't bring it up. But morally gray ends with uh thing I agree with. I was just kind of surprised who was there because it ended with Daily Show guy.
Patrick Stewart or the new one?
Patrick Stewart is definitely not the
Or
Daily Show
no,
guy.
sorry. God damn it. Oops.
Yeah, I don't remember his name either, but it's definitely not Patrick
It's
Stewart.
something Stewart. Jon Stewart.
Jon Stewart. Yeah, Jon Stewart. He went on like hardball or crossball or some shit like that. I don't remember. And he was like, can't I don't well no, it was actually on CNN. And it's like, can you people please stop hurting America? I agree with that wholeheartedly. And that led me to, yeah, now, you know what? The news media, whatever boons or positivity or negativity I have for Trump, enemy of the people, I think is probably the most accurate thing that came out of his mouth.
Well, yeah. It's one of those things like with Bill Maher, where Bill Maher says some things that I find reprehensible, but it's usually during his prepared speeches, which I'm reasonably sure he isn't actually the one writing.
I hate Bill Maher so very much.
And you can hate Bill Maher all you want. I just think
Well,
that a lot of the
the
shit.
reason I hate Bill Maher is because of during the sorry, getting out of the way. is during the Trump presidency, he's like, hey, you know what, Trump bad. Okay, fine, I can run with that. Trump uber bad. Okay, a little extreme, but I can run with that. So bad that I am good if we get a recession, so we get rid of Trump. No, 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 you don't want that because recession leads to people dying and stuff like that. No, 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 I don't care if people die. Trump bad. I want Trump not president. At that point, you know what? I fuck him. Fuck him completely to death, to the ground, to out of existence. I literally have a like it should be considered the or the Rona should be considered the Mar virus because this is exactly what he wanted, and he got what he wanted. So the um knees Mar virus, the Marnies virus. How about that? How about we call it the Marnies virus? Hyperly accurate. But yeah, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. After that, don't get me wrong, I hated Obama and stuff like that. But I definitely hate Biden. Guess what? I want him to succeed. This was even brought up in a South Park episode. I want him to succeed. I want him to be a good person so we succeed. But no, no, no. Fuck the Marnies person. Fuck him to death. I have so much issues with that guy now. Sorry, random. Keep going.
Yeah, no, and you're perfectly entitled to say
Yeah,
that.
no, it's a me thing. It's a me thing. I know it's a me thing, but still, it's one of those. Go pound sand. You're useless. And you're barely funny, which is also true, but that my bigotry is going to be coming out on that particular front.
Yeah, yeah, no, and when he does his freeform stuff that he actually starts saying things that are reasonable.
And on that point, I don't know. I mean, I hope it's right. It's kind of like I like when it comes down to it. I hope presidents are good, regardless of their political leanings. Speaking of which, there's a longbow in the workbench,
Yeah, I'm just
and
trying to get some
I
fucking silica.
okay, that's fine. And I hope comedians are funny. That's like in a thousand different ways. The what's the term? The breadth and width of my what I want. I want funny comedians and I want good presidents. I mean, there's a thousand other things in there, but if I could limit down some of the shit that I really want in a general sense, funny comedians and good presidents. Whether I agree with them or not, I don't have to agree with the comedian. I don't have to agree with the president. They just have to be good. And if they're good, guess what? I'll laugh and I'll have good policies. If they're bad, I won't laugh and I'll have bad policies. Like, how is this a bad perspective to have?
Yeah, no, it is pretty selfish to hope that the opposing party fails.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those things like Republican. Actually, to be fair, I want a
You got some
libertarian to
more
win.
animal bits you can throw at me?
No. I got a bunch of fiber, but
No,
making
I just need animal bits so I can make a skinning bench.
no, that's fine. I'm making a medium bench right now so I can store, then I'll go hunting.
Uh,
I'm putting my medium bench right there. You can move it when you need to, want to. But yeah,
uh,
no, that's just one of those little tidbits where it's like, you know what? Whether I agree or disagree, I want good. And is it possible for Democrats to do something good? Unlikely, but possible. And I want them to do. I want them to do the
there it
unlikely.
is.
I want them to do the good. Can Republicans do good? Unlikely, but I want them to do good. I'm a libertarian. I just want you bastards to leave me the fuck alone. How much animal bits do you need, by the by?
I still need a fair amount of fur for beds, but I need like 3 or 4 more leather to make a skinning bench.
Did you grab anything out of the box?
No, I did not.
Come to the house real quick, please.
Okay. Ooh, this is what I came out here for.
Fur. Oh. Oh, I should have made you a scythe. My apologies.
There. I
No,
had the
actually,
resources.
that was one of those random tidbits that was running through my mind earlier, where, like, literally earlier today, where I was like, the part of the problem with libertarians is, okay, I'm gonna use my my religious, well, former religious background as a jump off point. Is so I was born and raised Mormon. Now, one of the things with uh libertarianism is they decide what are the big things that they need to talk about as their kind of standing point for how government's supposed to work and what have you is um we need to get rid of driver's license. um I mean, I agree, but that's not gonna be that's like fourth third fourth level, you know this is my belief structure. You probably shouldn't, start off with said structure.
Yeah.
Now, in Mormonism, I think this would be the equivalent of, hey, we believe this thing called baptism for the dead. Because when you get baptized or when somebody dies, but they didn't know the true faith, which is Mormonism, you get baptized, and then that allows you to have the greater potential of going to the highest kingdom of heaven. And during this time, you're going to be stored in prison instead of paradise, which is the post life area of what's going on. So you go to I just put in some leather, bone, and fur
Okay.
into box. But you go there and you get educated on why Mormonism is good and why, yeah. And I just look at that and I'm like, that I think that is the equivalent of, yeah, you know why libertarians are good? It's because we want to get rid of driver's license. That shouldn't be stage one conversation. That shouldn't be stage two conversation. I don't even think that's stage three conversation. That is, that's you preaching to the converted. Once you're preaching the converted, say whatever stupidity you want, but starting off with getting rid of driver's licenses,
Yeah, that's not what I
not
would lead with.
yeah, no, that is like, I'm a libertarian. You want to you want to get rid of driver's license? Fuck yeah, yeah, I want to get rid of driver's licenses too. Who are you? I'm a Republican. What do you think about getting rid of driver's licenses? What? What? Huh? What? I'm confused. Why are we talking about driver's licenses right now? And then obviously Democrats, they're going to be the fuck no. Driver's licenses are like social security cards. Everyone
You
should
get
have
rid of
one.
driver's licenses, just anybody can drive.
I mean, it's not like there is car accidents every day across every country. It's not like, I lived in Vegas for a little while, just as a random. And you know how many car accidents I saw daily? And I was even that mobile. Just like looking out into the distance, I would see car accidents. I'm still surprised there are cars out there after how many car accidents I saw. It's like, okay, so if in Las Vegas, just Las Vegas, there's like, 5, 10 car accidents a day. How are there fucking cars?
Getting benches up.
Do you have enough shit for beds?
Um, no, I need one more bed. And you could probably stand to take some of those reed flowers. I'm not sure. I don't remember what they're used for.
I was gonna
Not too
say I
many.
know we
Maybe.
want.
Uh,
Well, I'm gonna drop this off. They're close by, anyways.
all right, be right back.
Okay. But no, actually, one of the first things I sent to Zionics about the whole Ukraine, as far as I'm concerned, fiasco issue conflict is um. So apparently, like I think I said earlier, um, oh, Ukraine for years, according to left-wing publications, were full of neo-Nazis, and Putin, apparently one of his earliest things about the invading of Ukraine is, well, goddamn, there's too many Nazis in Ukraine, so we just need to wipe them out. And it's like, well, if you spend years claiming Ukraine's full of Nazis, can you really get mad? Like, especially with our history? But I don't know. It's right up there with the issue with uh Ukraine, or not Ukraine, with China and Taiwan. I know there's a, well, not precisely conflict. There's an issue there, and from what I understand from the little history is that Taiwan is actually, fun note. Taiwan is actually the fascistic aspect of China during World War II,
I
and
am
China
three
is the
furs shy, by the way.
well, I collected almost 200 reed flowers.
Okay, it's more
We'll
than
look
enough.
for, yeah, we'll look more. We'll look for more for. But yeah, no, I have to admit the whole Taiwan Chinese thing. I think I might have said this like 3 times since we started streaming. Now, well, more than 3 times.
Oh,
That's
easily.
still one of those things that I've been curious about. Because, okay, fine, Taiwan speaks Chinese, I guess, but are they claiming that the island was theirs, or are they just saying, "Hey, you Taiwanese people were originally Chinese, and we're just not going to let you go." Which, to be fair, is perfectly
Well, I mean,
possible, just
that's
because.
the same thing you're running into with the argument with Putin is
Well, that's where
that
actually I
Ukraine
was
used to
going to
be part of
say.
the USSR.
Well, that's where I was going to say is ultimately when it comes down to it, you know, they're both, well, I don't know how much we're going to argue Putin and Russia is still communistic, but hey, these used to be communistic area, so we want it. And same thing with China, these used to be communistic, so we want it. Which also leads to the other fun argument of, with how many well, pretty much if you're a leftist, you're somewhere between a socialist and a communist, which makes you either a nationalist or not a nationalist, sorry, uh, a socialist or a communist. So I'm a little curious why so many people have an issue with either China or Russia that are on the political left. Like that would be me burning down my parents' house because I Yeah, I don't know the reason why, but apparently I'm burning down my parents' house because I disagree. I
You
have
disagree
issues
with
with
them
them now.
ideologically?
Well, not even ideologically, because like I said, China is still communist. I don't know if Russia can be considered communist. I don't know enough about Russia, which is also why I get in trouble where it's like, why is Russia bad right now? Because they are. That's not a fucking answer. That's like, why is the devil bad? Because he's the devil. You know what? If you can't tell me why the devil's bad, I'm gonna have issues. Or actually, another one that sorry, one sec. Another little issue that'll get me in trouble with another group of people. I think Judah Iscariot is the unsung hero of the Bible or of the Christian faith, however you want to put it. He is.
Ah, no, I know exactly where this comes from.
Yeah, I know. But still. So, Jesus Christ had to be executed to fulfill the whole, I die, so now I sacrificed myself, blah, blah, blah. Not going to get into the nuances of that. But for Jesus, well, first off, Jesus said, one of you will betray me, which means somebody had to do the betraying. And second of all, a betrayal had to happen. So Judas was the one who betrayed. And for him to be the devil, well, devil-esque, the bottom pit of hell, according to Dante or what have you, to have all that happen, like this guy, if Jesus was accepting all the sins of the world or what have you, Judas Iscariot was literally accepting all the hatred in the world. In which case, you know what? Well, on top of that, especially the fact that still Jesus had to be betrayed, and Judas had to be, or was the one to do it. And if at that point somebody had to do it, and it turned out to be Judas, chances are God made Judas do it.
Well, I
And
mean,
you
what
know
about
what?
free will, though?
But that's what I'm saying though is if he didn't have the free will to do it, but then, but Judas was raised and acted and had experiences in the way that he would betray Jesus. No, no, no. That is not free will. In which case, Judas is probably in paradise right now, kind of going. I mean, I know I have to take the rap for this, but this is still depressing.
Really wish they wouldn't have uncanonized my book.
Oh yeah, seriously. No, seriously. I don't know if you believe me on that. I'm assuming you do, but straight up, I, I I came up with this particular thought process independently, where it's like, you know what, this shit don't make no sense. But then again, it's right out there with under
You want a
longer.
lit torch?
Um, yes.
Here.
Oh, good. I was like, you didn't throw it in the house, did you? Thank you.
Yep. God, having this extra light source makes it so nice.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, it goes to your
Why?
hotbar. It should just
Yeah,
go to your
I
light
was.
box if it's open.
No, that's dumb. But on top of that, apparently I need to not be so vocal with some of my perspectives, because apparently
You know
Twitch
what?
is gonna
Go.
get rid of
Yeah,
me.
go. You need to go back. Oh, you're talking about the Twitch thing. Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, go back, listen to that VOD on Twitch.
Well, I'm just, thinking forward. Apparently, having certain opinions that are not socialistic or communistic unless it's the wrong kind of socialistic, you're gonna get in trouble. And I disagree with. But actually, to be fair, one of my favorite authors, personal favorite authors, was a social democrat. Robert H. Heinlein, I believe it was his name. Look him up, read his books. I agree with a shit ton of what he says. Let's say 80+%. You know, just so there's a number in there. Look him
Never
up.
mind the
And
fact
guess
that
what?
most social democrats will claim he wasn't a social democrat.
And that's the thing is, you know what? But it's kind of up there with yet again another person who was probably a social-ish type Democrat, FDR. You know, ask not what you can do, or not ask what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. Hey, you know what?
That was
Kind of sort of
Kennedy.
agree with that. What did I say?
FDR.
Oh, so, fuck berries. Yeah, my bad. I was way off.
FDR was all about giving the
Yeah,
country
FDR
giving.
was straight up. Well, FDR was acknowledged as a fascist by both Hitler and what's his name, Mussolini. But you know, we're not supposed to remember that. But he's the patron saint of the useless, i.e., the Democrats, along with uh, Jefferson. That's right. Jefferson, with Democrats being the longest running political party in history, apparently. And Jefferson was the founder, but we're not supposed to acknowledge that. But yeah, JFK. My apologies. I was way wrong on that particular front. Wrong by. You know, this is part of my issue when it comes to politics. I leave it to you, Xanax. How many years was I off when I said FDR when I meant JFK?
Well, FDR was during World War II, so the late 30s, early 40s. JFK was, I want to say 68 to 71. So 30 years ish, give or take.
That sounds about right. Cause don't get me wrong, I'm with you. I don't really know. I know Well, correction. I know FDR. Well, no is gonna be a little aggressive of a term. If I remember correctly, FDR was 1938 to.
He was like 16 years. I think he was like all of the 30s, honestly. Because
No,
he
cause
died before
he.
the end of World War II.
No, he did. But he replaced Hoover, so maybe he was 1930. Was it 38 or 36? And he lasted until like 1940 because he had technically 3 terms, and he's the one who initiated the whole presidents can only have 2 terms. I mean, it technically kind of sort of started with Washington, but that was a more of a quote unquote gentleman's agreement
You
where
get more fur.
I've been trying, man. There, I'm not seeing.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize you hadn't gotten anything.
Yeah, no, I've been running around just trying to find something to shoot, but apparently I'm not covering myself in, deer piss and what have you.
Well, why the fuck aren't you?
I mean, it doesn't let me, to scrape it out of them. I'm going to go mine and then hopefully along the way find some animal.
Okay, yeah, we are. Oh, I need epoxy for that. Okay.
But yeah, no, I still am quite amused with how many people are arguing like, um, well, or JFK, my apologies, Jefferson, he had slaves and he fought to free the slaves. Doesn't matter, he had slaves. Okay, how about this? Uh, um, FDR, he actually passed legislation that said, hey, blacks are excluded from unions and their protection.
Oh yeah, he did do that.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I have your confirmation and I'm not making it up. But yeah, no, that happened. But hey, guess what? They still love FDR for whatever leftist sub IQ college educated reason. Because you have to remember, you do one bad thing, and let's not mention all the bad thing. Oh fuck, that's a bear.
Hey, that'll give me the fur I need.
Well, eventually, if it doesn't kill me, and maybe they did an update because I got or just got hit like twice, 3 times. I didn't know that bears were billy goats. Um, that's 4th time I got hit. I'm down.
Yeah, I'm here.
See, this is what I get for not completely supporting Russia, apparently.
The game is listening, man.
I was gonna say, thank you. You got a bone knife, right?
Yeah, I'll get him. It's what I needed.
Now I need to go get myself some food. But
Yeah.
hopping back a little bit, about my rant about Bill Maher and what have you. You know, because can you leave one bone, please? It doesn't matter, I guess.
Oh yeah, no, I don't. Strictly speaking, I don't need the bone. It's there. Sorry.
But part of my issue with the people who pretend to be comedians while on late night, it's like, or they're sitting there, it's or on top of that, George Takai. I mean, I know enough Japanese to pronounce his name properly. I just don't fucking care. Um, he, it's like, oh, to shove it to Putin, we should pay higher prices. Well, first off, the higher prices aren't because of the war with Ukraine. This has been a systemic issue, like racism, but, actually definable.
Yeah.
And, uh, he's in there, or you have these, faux comedians are saying, if we want to fight evil and whatnot, we need to, stick it to Putin, in which case we need to pay higher prices. Well, most of you dumpsters of fluids that come from male privates, um, how about we tax you to oblivion and then make it to where you pay for that? Because you know what? George Takei is worth 14 million. Bill Maher's worth like 64 million. I believe what's that dumpster of fluid? Um, Colbert. He's worth like 20 plus million. So how about we literally take all of their money and we use that to put down the prices of, fuel and food, which if we take all their money, all their possessions, all of their houses and what have you, that will amount to something like a day. But still, they ultimately agree with this perspective, so let's have them pay for what they agree with. Oh, and let us not forget AOC, Elin Omar. I forget the other two of the squad of four that are useless, but let's take all their money because that's what they believe in and use that. So less fortunate people have food, have gas, have housing. But I mean, to be fair, I don't know if Bill Maher said it, but he's a socialist, so chances are he's been agreeing with that. All right, he's probably agreeing with the whole, hey, when it comes down to it, we have to pay extra money because World War III or faux World War III, so just suck it up. And it's like, no, how about we use you to suck it up?
All right. When you come home, you have some uh, antibiotics you can take. There's also some healing potions for in case shit goes, pear-shaped.
Is that what the reed's used for?
No, the reed is used for anti-parasitic. I actually don't even know where you put the reed.
I put it in the box. Well, either that or I put it on the bench. Did he make a bed?
Oh, I found the reed. Yes, I made a bed, so you have a bed now.
Okay, I'm coming home because it's too dark. Now, if I get there in what is the next 30-ish seconds, I guess?
You might be able to go to bed. But
No, I still think back to, if I remember right, it was a... I went the wrong direction. Fuck berries.
all right. Yeah, there is an unfortunate cliff.
Well, I ran out there in the dark, so I'm hoping I can run back in partially the light.
Hmm?
I still got a little bit of time.
7
In the
a.m.
house.
You got an hour and a half, man.
In bed. Bam. Made it.
Saved an hour.
So I got a bunch of stone. Leather, bone, fur. 6 fiber. Actually, now think about it, I need the fiber. Oh, you made 2. No. I mean, I understand, but at the same time, I'm confused.
Why I made 2.
Well, you made a textile bench.
Well, yeah, to make my backpack, and then I put the textile bench away.
Oh, that's why. Okay, I was about to say, but to be fair, I have one, so that makes perfect
Yeah,
sense.
no. I was half tempted to buy one, and when I was in space, but I didn't. So I still need a textiles bench to make my backpack.
Well, you're a badass, so you don't need my help when it comes to taking on a bear.
Yeah, I'm hunting sulfur oxide and silica at the time for the time being.
You said you made potions, right?
Yes, they're in the herbalism bench. You have to click underneath the mortar and pestle.
Ah, there it is. Antibiotics. Guess I need more. So, sticks. Stone fiber. You know, so I was talking to my mom a couple days ago, and no, I would argue she's a smart cookie, as it were. I asked her if she knew what universal suffrage was.
Okay.
She didn't. Which, I mean, to be fair, I always thought it was one of those, ask random people on the street and let them be stupid.
Yeah. I
But,
mean, to be fair, suffrage and the right to vote, like suffrage, uh, that word is not tied to the.
and that's a bear. And that's a boar. I'm dead.
I saw.
And there's a wolf coming up. Oh, fuck, berries. I don't think I made the bed my waypoint. You got a wolf coming up after you now. But even then, though, it's one of those little tidbits where you hear suffrage, and it's like, oh, there's women's suffrage. So what does universal suffrage mean? Everybody gets tortured? Like, no, come on, seriously?
Oh fuck! I thought I got him. Oh, well, the bear attacked the
If you would,
wolf.
good times. If you don't mind doing the revive, like I said, I straight up forgot to make my bedroll the waypoint.
That's some bullshit right there.
My apologies on both fronts.
No, the bear is sleeping on my body.
No, I get that. That's where I was asking, you revive, the bear's gonna wake up and run away eventually. I'll see it from here.
Balls.
But yeah, it's one of those little tidbits that I don't think most people understood or understand is like, it's not like in America, everyone could, well, it's not like all men could vote. There was still the whole like landowners or whatever could vote. And so when women's suffrage succeeded, that's when universal suffrage technically happened. So everyone got the right to vote. The same time, women got the right to vote. And on top of that, the fact that it only like 20% of women actually supported women's suffrage when that happened too. That's another one of those little tidbits that no one wants to talk about, but whatever. Well, it looks like I'm about to get double teabagged by a bear.
He's standing on your body.
He was, but now he's running back to your body. And now he's running kind of back down to my body. I think you're mostly clear. He's down in the ravine. You got a boar kind of heading up to the direction of your body. Straight up to your body. He's heading up there.
The boar is.
Yes, the boar. The bear seems to be chilling, but you have a boar. Bear might be heading toward. No, bear's heading towards your body. Bear's heading towards your body.
Boar is standing on my body.
And the bear's now heading. Now the bear's going back down the hill. Bear apparently don't give no fuck. So bear's gone away. Gone away, gone away. The boar is still to your right, but you should be clear. No, another boar, another boar. You got another boar behind you. To your right. Oh, you see it. I can't tell you information on that. The bear looks like it's kind of moving away, but just put a waypoint on my body. You might kind of sort of have to sneak up on my body, but I think the bear might be fucking off.
Put a waypoint on your body. Yeah, I see you.
I did.
Bear looks like he's fucking off.
Yeah, bear is straight up fucking off. So, unless we want to piss it off, we should be fine.
I mean, I almost killed him. Hadn't it been for that goddamn wolf, I would have gotten him. Yeah, if you're gonna stand there, I'm gonna have to fight him.
No, he's still far enough away, but yeah, no, let's kill him. Fuck it.
Alright. Alright!
Panda bear! You just shot a rock.
Poppin', man. Dick! Eat my 3,000 arrow damage, you son of a bitch. Yeah, I killed him with the crit up Main Street, dude.
Congrats.
Shit, that's going on my tombstone. Killed a bear with an arrow to the bunghole. Who knew bears had 2 weak spots?
I don't know. Up the butthole seems like. Not gonna lie, every time I think back to Naruto's 1,000 Years of Pain.
It's everyone's weak point.
No, so did you watch that guy who did a bit of review on Berserk?
Yeah, I watched both his Berserk and Dune review.
Fuck, where's my? Yeah, no. When it came to his Dune review, like I said, I missed like all of that. Oh, it's a metaphor on when you're a dictator but you're removed from humanity. Oh, what? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. No, yeah.
Did you make it through
Am I
God
the only
Emperor?
one? Huh?
Did you make it through God Emperor?
Yeah. I never made it past God Emperor.
Oh, okay. I thought for some reason you stopped at Children of Dune.
No. I did the first 3 books, so I did Dune, whatever the second book, and then God Emperor.
God Emperor was the 4th book.
Oh, that's right. Because you have the first book, which is Paul. Yeah, the second book, which is ultimately Paul. Then you have the third book, which is Paul's children.
Leto,
and then it's
yeah.
Paul
Leto the
Moagi
second,
or whatever.
yeah.
And then the next book is. God, am I? Your waypoint's on the house, right?
Yeah.
There it is.
Wrong.
But yeah, no. So I reached book 4 because I have to admit I both liked and hated. No, spoilers for those of you who are listening. That Paul's sister was a child of fuck I forget their house. I know Paul was Atreides.
The Harkonnen?
Yeah, the was it Harkonnen? Close enough. Like that's maybe a syllable off or something. But yeah, no, so that was happening, and I have to there's a lot in that little aspect that I thoroughly enjoyed. Like, giving a child so much power and knowledge actually leads to a bit of, what could be considered corruption, as it were.
Yeah.
But, but yeah, no. When it came to God, the God Emperor, I don't know. Like, it's one of those big issues that I run into. Is like once you do massive time jumps, all of a sudden I just become removed from the story.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's the same character. I don't care that it's the same character 1,000 years later, and the fact that all of a sudden it's like, oh, but it's the children of the same character another 1,000 years later. Like, seriously, you want me to care about the story? No, I don't. And so the fact I'm I'm completely behind the first four Dune books. If you want to know anything else beyond that, you have to talk to Zionics. Because as far as I'm concerned, once you start removing your viewership, your readership, whatever the fuck you're supposed to call it, from the mainline story, especially that much removed, I just don't care. I really don't. But still, either way, going to take a piss real quick. But either way, the God Emperor book is about, a dictator that's removed from humanity because he's had 1,000 years of rulership, and following said chick character, because I don't remember her name at all, is, the manifestation of current era because she's the one who rebels against the dictatorship. I mean, I got some of that, but most of that, no. I have to admit, actually, that's one of those other big things.
Mm.
I can completely understand, and hell, I can agree wholeheartedly with what was his name, Dan Green or what have you, the book reviewer guy. Another channel drop. Go watch him. He's good. He's all
Yeah.
right. He is talking about, say, God Emperor, which I wholeheartedly agree. Well, I don't agree with. Well, I agree with after what he said. The way he presented it, I'm sitting there going, "Fuck, I didn't see any of that," but I can't deny any of that either.
Yeah.
Good review. But then the same with the Berserk thing that or the Berserk review that he did for the Golden Arc 1 through 8 volume or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I agreed and wholeheartedly disagreed, and it also showed a bunch of shit that I didn't know because, spoiler, if you haven't watched Berserk, you've literally been missing out on life. But the fact that what happened well, I'll go vague just to, be nice to viewers. So, you've seen both the Golden Arc series, where it's episodic, correct? And you've seen the trilogy movie-esque where it's 3 movies that are like an hour and 40 minutes. You've seen both of those, right?
Yeah. I think you had me watch both of those.
Okay. Now, do you remember what happened to Guts as a child in both of those?
I mean, Guts of the Child wasn't
No,
really
it was
covered
very
in the.
short. It was very short. It was like in the TV show, it was like or it was like 5 minutes, and in the movie it was like 6 minutes or what have you.
Yeah,
It's a very small portion.
yeah. I mean, I know I knew Gambino was abusive. I didn't know
So,
how fucked up he was.
that's the thing that this is straight up manga, and I'm not gonna lie. I think when it comes straight down, as I've said for a while, well, at least to you, when it comes down to it, Berserk is probably the one of the few, if not only, mangas that is gonna make me actually read a manga.
Yeah.
So, in the manga, Guts, as a child, after he starts becoming a successful warrior, there is a person who pays Gambino for the, I don't know, rights, privilege,
A night with
privacy.
a
Yeah, a
night with
knight.
guts.
Yeah, we don't have to say anything more, but there's a knight with Guts, with an older male. Stuff happens. Not saying anything. Definitely do not condone that horseshit, but whatever. And then later, Gambino, after getting wrecked, decides to attempt to kill Guts. So, in the animated, well, in the episodic, well, not episodic, but in the, well, I guess episodic works, but in the series of Guts, the fact that Gambino tries to kill Guts is accurate. And in the movie aspect, when something bad is happening to Guts, nighttime in private, as an adolescent, that is also accurate in the story. I actually figured when it came to the TV shows, the series, that they were like muting it, and it's like, no, 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 both horrible actions happened to this kid. Oh my god, this is horrible. But yeah, no, that was actually one of those fascinating little tidbits to me watching that guy give a review is no, no, no. Both absolute horribleness happened. And on top of that, and this might actually be something you're not going to be able to recall. Um it's Hunter x Hunter, and yes, for those of you watching me who are going to be purists, I do pronounce the X. Um Gino, I think his name was. It's been a little too long.
Gino or Geno, I'm not sure. Genos?
Genos is Mario RPG. But yeah, no, that blackberries. I just dropped the ball. Oh, so when it comes to Gino, whatever his name was, Gyro, Gyro, I think it's Gyro. But it's like, yeah, hey, I was raised by this person because I was a child and they taught me, X, Y, and what have you. But one of the times that he thought his bastard of a father was raising him, it was actually some like neighbor woman who decided to give him care, and that led to a result. And that's kind of something that happened with Guts, where it's like Gambino sort of kind of taught him how to fight, but at the same time, like straight up didn't care about him. But there's that few times that he was cared about.
Have you not brought home any iron or anything like that yet?
I am doing that right now.
Okay.
Oh, correction. I'm doing the collecting right now. But yeah, no, that guy, who I sent you, he absolutely, and to be fair, in a minor sense, I should say, I agree with him in that, starting off with the Black Swordsman was not the best starting point,
Yeah.
but still, that one scene where he's just using his repeating crossbow at the end, I mean, me being the horrible person that I am, that fucking sold me. I wanted to keep going. And because when it came down to it, the Black Swordsman, which actually goes a lot longer than what the anime shows, goes a lot longer because a lot more stuff happens. And
Yeah.
I would agree with him. The Black Swordsman, while badass in its own right, is different. But when it comes to the Golden Arc series, I agree and disagree with him. But I also think part of the reason I disagree with him is he hasn't watched the series or read further. Because he views, how do I put this? He views Griffith as ultimately some embodiment of Dexter, let's say.
Yeah,
And
like
I
he thinks Griffith started off evil.
and yeah, and that's just it. Is I disagree with that wholeheartedly. Now, don't get me wrong. Griffith is ambitious. Griffith has a drive that most people cannot do or accept. But he has a drive. Now, but the thing that really makes me disagree, the thing that really catches me is the fact that I think his initial relationship with Guts, well, an initial and quite prolonged relationship with Guts,
Yeah.
is pure, I guess is the best way to put it. This is somebody he literally trusts completely, and it's only once Guts leaves that the horribleness happens.
Hmm.
And that's where I have my fucking massive disagreement with Dan Green or whatever his name is. Because, yeah, no, like, the trust is there. And it's like a legit, you are the other half of my soul. I mean, not to be relationship, marriage type thing between two guys, but Griffith literally trusts Guts. And if Guts didn't hear that conversation about a man who doesn't have his own dreams isn't a true man or isn't a true individual, if
Yeah.
Guts never heard that, Griffith would never have become what he became.
Yeah. Because
But
without Guts leaving,
yeah,
Griffith doesn't
without
go off the deep end.
and that's just, without Guts leaving and without Griffith, well, without Guts hearing without Guts leaving. Yeah, no, like I mean, it wouldn't. It would have been a conquering. Well, either way, I guess it would have been a conquering story. But that's the thing that was sticking out for me. But he's like, oh yeah, no, just remember, beautiful people can be abusive too. It's like, yeah, who's denying that? That's not the point.
Yeah, no, I feel like
It
that whole thing was largely um
no,
he was putting the cart before the horse, I think, on that one.
now I think on that point. Now this is me because, to be fair, I don't know. I think he was I think he was, well, a rationalizing, and he was just trying to like streamline what was happening, because he had very little information. He didn't read all of that. But yeah, no, I don't know. For me, when it comes to, and maybe this is just
Well,
me
yeah,
saying I'm
as far as I know,
constantly
what
in.
he actually covered didn't get up to where Guts left.
No, he didn't. As far as he got was him saying, well, a little bit beyond this, but it was him, challenging Guts and saying, "Your life now belongs to me." And it's like, well, is this sexual? Is this militaristic? Is this blah 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 blah? Like he did a lot of focus on this. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, well I'm stuck.
Go into your menu and unstuck.
Well, I'm trying to do that. Ah, there we go. But yeah, no, but like I agree with a chunk of his read through, but at the same time, I I think he's taking the fact that, well, spoiler for everyone out there. He's taking the fact that Griffith
Ends up
becomes
being
a
bad.
demon and goes, "Oh, so see, beautiful people, because Griffith is a very beautiful male," just as a note. And apparently because Guts might kind of be drawn or in by that, which I also disagree with. But who am I to disagree with? Yeah, no, I
No,
wholeheartedly disagree with that too.
young boys who get abused by older men frequently end up being
They
that way.
do, but I'm not I don't think, because you have to think about it. Like, if just simply, I mean, this is why, literally, I think this might be one of the only mangas I actually look into. Is I'm way too invested. But when it comes down to it, Griffith, while being a very beautiful male, picks up Guts, not because he's sexy, not because he has some interest. It's because Guts is strong. And Guts, and I honestly think, this is a caveat, he views Guts as somebody who is so, what's the term I want to use? Like, if I say I am your soldier, I am your soldier. Like, almost nothing will break that. Like, he's so loyal. So, Guts is such a Guts is viewed by Griffith as such a loyal figure. Like, if I earn your loyalty, you're in a sense putting yourself in a slave class perspective. One second.
Yep.
So, if Griffith is viewing Guts as the slave class perspective, it's not that he's disrespecting, because you just have to, you know, know and understand the whole Casca story. Because why is Casca treated differently than Guts, which is easily explained as far as I'm concerned? Because between Guts and Casca, well, not Guts and Casca, between Griffith and Guts, there is no sexual innuendo or whatnot. It's just there's
I feel like
that
there's
level of
plenty of
trust.
sexual innuendo between.
No, there's innuendo, but think about it. Guts, when it comes down to it, his literal like first willing act of sex comes with Casca.
Yeah.
Griffith, his one willing sex or act of sex that is shown is when he sells himself to get money for the Band of the Hawk.
Yeah.
He did it willingly, but at the same time, it wasn't. I wanted this. Well, I didn't want this um sensually. I wanted this monetarily.
Yeah.
And so when it comes down to it, Guts has no real sex drive, and Griffith has no sex drive as far as I'm concerned. As far as I can tell, they're both relatively asexual. Don't get me wrong. There are possibilities and references and whatnot, but when it comes down to it, both of them are pretty goddamn asexual. Pausing for your retort, kinda.
Yeah. No, it's you're fine. And there are a couple things I take issue with, but they're relatively minor.
Well, and I think the biggest thing. Now, don't get me wrong. If you take the animated series, then yes, there is potential, as it were. Actually, either way, if you take either of them, because when it comes to the animated series, i.e., TV show, 24 episodes, blah blah blah, you see Griffith giving himself to Governor Gaston or something like that. I don't remember his name. It doesn't matter. Well,
Yeah.
it matters on a minor point.
But
And that
I
lead,
don't think you can say that that is Griffith's first consensual sexual encounter.
it's the first. Well, it's the first
That we
male
see.
on male that were shown, but he's willing to. And to be fair, that like on your end too, you know, what more has he done to get, I don't know, to get favor or to get more money or what have you? We can't say it's the first. No, actually, I think we might be able to say the first, because you have to think about when Casca first confronts him afterwards. Now, none of this is shown in the three movie arc of the Golden Arc, but in the first in the first movie of the Golden Arc, it straight up shows Guts having an unconsensual night with an older male that he paid for to Gaston or whatever his name was. Gadsden?
Gadsden, I
Whatever his
think it
name was.
was. Yeah.
Doesn't matter. The male um guardian allowed for another or what or was paid by another male to have a night of, I mean, I guess the most simplistic way is to say fun, but I actually feel dirty saying that. So it's like it's
Mm,
accurate, but I
yeah,
want to
it
punch
was
something.
it was prostitution.
Yeah, it was prostitution of a child, and seriously, the rage, and and that actually goes into the one thing I told you about earlier, where hey, look, there's a man who apparently abused a child over or 100 times or more, I guess I should say.
but at
In
least he's a
California?
Democrat.
No, no, I don't know his political whatever the fucks, but it was in California.
I was
And,
going back to that whole. I may be a monster, but you're a
oh,
Republican.
yeah, yeah, pretty much. I agree. Seriously, salon.com, look it up. They and a female and I can't finish that without getting
Yeah, no,
banned by
we probably ought to just move
Twitch.
on.
But uh, but yeah, no, this horribleness happened
Hey,
to
look at this
guts.
watermelon. Yum, 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 yum.
A watermelon was not involved with guts. Well, hopefully. To be fair, I don't know. I'm just hoping not. Oh, there's a bear. I'm in trouble.
Where are you? You are.
And I'm out of arrows. And my dagger is broken. I am in a great ass time. Oh wow, I might have lost it. I'm running back home to by the by, so.
I just aggroed him as you ran by.
Oh, speaking of which, for everyone out there, just if you have a random interest, look up She Took My Voice. Just a random.
This is the bad time for my nose to itch.
What the fuck?
Oh, it's a real shitty time for my nose to itch.
Sounds like it. Well, no, it sounds like it. It definitely was. So, apologies. Apparently, I lost my knife. Don't know what happened.
Huh? Took care of the bear. Make a refill. I'll be right back.
Roger, Roger. So, YouTube and Twitch chat, when did you find out that the world is a fucked up place? I learned when I was 14, by the by. Just for everyone to know. So, Psionics, I just made you a iron knife.
Can you make an iron keg?
I mean, I possibly can, but I'm gonna be the only one taking advantage of it, I think. Oh no, because you're gonna be doing stone and shit. Iron pick.
Well, I'm just about ready to go into a mine myself. We need more iron.
6. So, yeah, no, I can. Oh, God, don't. Fuck. Well, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, okay, so you have an iron pick and you have an iron dagger. I made another one mainly because Friday.
You made 2 iron picks?
Yeah, I made two because I'm a Friday. Because I have the 3D printed, I don't need one, but you know, whatever.
Well, you might be able to use one before we get
Uh,
further in.
yeah, I'll be using one eventually, I'm assuming. But actually, do we have any cold saved up? Because, well, no, it doesn't matter because we still need to hit. Well, it kind of matters, but it kind of don't.
Well, I am getting us a machining bench. Oh, no, you just used all the iron.
No, there's still 28 iron or what have you.
I need 40.
I'm just trying to figure out what I'd do with my goddamn arrows. Oh, maybe I burned them actually.
Yeah, no,
So do you want to join me on my let's go to bed real quick. You want to join me on my cave, or do you want to go to your own?
I cleared the south cave, so I was going to go there.
Okay, I'll leave you with that then.
Do you have arrows?
No,
Um,
I'm just gonna stupid risk it, cause I mean we already are gonna be making a bunch uh of iron ingots, so I'm hoping that most will be well, and then I can come back with some iron ore and go from there.
all right, well, there's 50 stone arrows on the workbench if you come home.
No, won't come home yet, but I appreciate. You know, I have to admit that that's still. I know I've told you this a dozen times or more.
Wait, what?
We got another delay. How many people do you know can? Well, let's not even say admit, because you know that's a simple. Oh, I was wrong. Whatever. How many
Yeah.
people have you known that can embrace the fact that they were wrong?
Um, fair amount of my coworkers seem to be capable of it.
I mean, I guess that's true in the where you work at now. So prior to the last, I don't know, 5 years or what have you, how many people could actually embrace that they were wrong?
It's not a common trait for the unsuccessful. To
Well, to
put
be
it in the
brutal, I'm
most
not
gentle way I
successful, but I
can.
can still admit I'm wrong. I can still embrace I'm wrong.
I'm not. I'm just saying, generally speaking, the people that tend to work in
Programming.
the people who tend to work in programming have to be able to admit they're wrong to be able to advance in programming. Um, it's not a. It's not something that is generally accepting of stubbornness. I guess if that might be the. I'm not 100% sure how
No,
to.
no, I understand, because when it comes down to it, if you're told you're wrong, then it's like, okay, prove I'm wrong. And if I can prove you're wrong, you're saying 2 over x equals, I don't know, fucking smooth sailing on the website, as it were.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, it's not 2 over whatever, it's 3. And then you put in 3, and then all of a sudden, everything works better. It's like, um, yeah, if you're gonna argue this, chances are you're gonna be fired tomorrow, like that, hardcore Tolkien chick. Still a little sad that she was fired. I now have a lot of questions
Well,
for
yeah,
her to,
and that's just it.
like,
Is what we do is very much evidence based.
yeah,
Like it is very much provable if you are right or if you are wrong. There's not a
yeah.
whole lot of subjectivity in what I do.
Well, I wish I could remember the guy I was listening to, but it's like, right and wrong ultimately comes down to mathematics. Like, if you're in a profession, if you're in a series or whatever, where mathematics matters, that's where there's a right and wrong, and that's where it's like, okay, STEM fields. You have science, you have technology, you have engineering, you have medicine. I think they added another M because now medicine counts as one. I don't know. I'm just assuming. The fact is these are areas where 1 plus 1 literally equals 2, and if you try to argue against that, you're killing people, you're wrecking buildings, you're destroying, you're making, well, I mean, no, I won't do it. It's a cheap shot, and I refuse to do it. But yeah, you're making things badly, very, very badly.
Well, and that is one of the things about my job is depending on, it's everything from your app does something you don't expect it to do,
Mm-hmm.
and your horoscope is wrong, all the way up until planes fucking fall out of the sky. Like, the severity of a fuck up in my profession can be minor, it could be catastrophic.
Well, actually, that's one of those things that I forget if it was a meme or a T-shirt where it's like, you know what? Some people's mess ups are minor. Other people, my mess ups are, what was it? It wasn't planes crashing, but it was like some people's minor or issues are minor. Some people's issues are minor. Some people's fuck ups. Sorry.
Yeah.
My Some people's fuck ups are minor. My fuck ups are major, and that's one of those things like when you have a perspective, a profession, or what have you. It's like, if I fuck up, planes will literally fall out of the sky. When I fuck up, somebody's gonna get pickles on their hamburgers. I'm sorry. For those of you who don't know, to keep overwriting psionics, because I have ego issues apparently. Is In the state we live, Utah, there is a guy who he drove up to a McDonald's and he went, "Hey, I want I don't know, double quarter pounder without pickles." And he got pickles on it. And this guy pulled out a fucking gun to start bitching at it. And I have to admit, the guy who introduced me to this story, actual Justice Ward, look him up. Great. I totally support him too. It's like, you know what? I don't know anything about this, but it's in Utah. So I'm going to assume it's a blonde hair, blue-eyed Mormon who just pulled out a gun, but motherfucker, gave me a you gave me a burger without are with pickles. And they're like, oh, my apologies. So they tell the guy to park in the parking lot, and
They'll bring
police
his
pull
order
up.
out to him.
Yeah, and all that you can do. Sorry, I'm just too annoyed and amused at the same
And
time.
this guy, okay, so he's going to the drive-thru. He pulled the gun on the people in the drive-thru. They go, okay, just pull around. We'll bring your order. After he leaves the drive-thru, they call the cops, and this guy sits and patiently waits in
Like
the
10
McDonald's
minutes.
parking lot for them to bring him his quarter pounder with cheese with no pickles. And when the cops show up, they forcibly remove him from the car. But before they forcibly removed him from the car, this guy gave his gun to his
To a 4-year-old.
five. It was his 5-year-old.
No, 4. 4. I swear to God, it was 4-year-old.
There was a
And there
4-year-old
was
in
a
the car, but the
3-year-old.
5-year-old
No,
was the one who got the gun.
There was a 3-year-old next to him, but he handed the gun to a 4-year-old, saying, "Shoot the cops." Seriously, 4 was the max, 3 was the minimum. I will bet $1 on that.
No, I'm not gonna bet $1 on this. This is fucking disgusting.
Either way, yeah, I agree with you on that. Either way, this is. I'm gonna say this right now. It's not gonna be racial, but guess what? The person who did this, no picture available.
No picture, no race,
No
nothing.
mugshot. No. So make your own decision on the person who did this. But
His name was
issues.
Sabbath, I think it was.
Yeah, it was some. It was Sab something. I don't
I
remember.
think it was like Sabbath or Sabat or something like that. Was his name.
Sabat was probably more accurate. But guess what? No picture. Yeah. Yeah.
So it was just one of those disgusting things that happened, and
we have issues. Well, I have issues. I assume Zionix has issues.
No, I'm tickled. I'm tickled pink with this. You know,
well, no. I'm giving that caveat so you can deny where it's like, oh yeah, no, I think it's perfectly acceptable for people of certain groups to hand guns to
we
4-year-olds.
don't know what group he was a part
What?
of. The news
Correction.
was very, very clear that we don't know
Just,
what group he was a part of.
yeah, and that's just it. As soon as it's known, then you can have denial because it's your channel. I just want to make sure that hey, yes, shit happens when you're. I'm not gonna say anything more because A, I'll get in trouble. B, I'm literally that pissed off.
And we should move on to another topic.
Yeah, no, it was just a fascinating little thing that made me want to agree with. It's right up there with that guy who, had unconsensual relations with, like a 4-year-old 100 times, and somebody, a father type figure, has issues with that, and then attempted to be vigilante, which is bad. Why is it bad? I'm not 100% sure. Like, the same guy that I recommended to everyone earlier, just some guy, apparently said, oh, what was his name? Actually, I don't remember his name. Actually,
It's probably for the best. This is not super friendly talk.
well, we've been retrospect about it, so I think some of it is fine. But yeah, no, you're right.
It's just a depressing conversation.
It is a depressing conversation. But the problem, no, correction. You know what's depressing about this? Is we're not making a single aspect of this up. That's the most depressing aspect. Now, trying to remember the villain, well, the how did the guy put it? Not villain or what have you. I want to say Avenger, but that sounds wrong.
The dad or
The hero. Well, no. Right now we're shifting to Marvel comics and whatnot.
oh, we're
The
shifting.
the
Okay,
Punisher. Punisher. Guess what? I support the Punisher,
and I support the Boondock Saints.
who are Irish Punishers. Yeah, no, but yeah, no, just some guy has an issue with the Punisher because the Punisher is is a anti-villain, and it's just like, you know what? You walk on, or let us pretend, I don't know, randomly. Now, to be fair, this is not a true story. This is not a true story. This is this is a hypothetical that is definitely not a true story. You are a father who walks in. Well, no, I'm not going to go that way. You're a father who talks to your child, male or female, and child goes, so and so touched me inappropriately over 100 times. Now, said father, you know, decides, hey, I want to have a conversation with the person who touched my child inappropriately
That's
over
true.
100 times. There is literally no ending of this conversation that I would disagree with outside of, I don't know, paying the guy, or, well, correction, paying the person who touched the child over 100 times bad or negatively, badly, in a way that is uncomfortable. Like, if that happened, like, hey, you touched my child, yeah, here's money. Guess what? I will have a trillion levels of issues for everyone involved outside of the child, regardless of race or gender.
Yeah, you worded that in kind of a funny way.
I intended to, because putting it specifically could get me in trouble, because pedos are protected by pedowood or Hollywood or what have you. And so trying to define explicitly what issues I have would be an issue. It's kind of like saying, I have so much rage issues, I have to be circumspect about my rage issues. I was not touched as a child, as far as I can recall, I guess I should say, but yeah, I have issues. Of course, I guess if I said I had issues, then all of a sudden I'd be able to get away with a lot.
Alright, shit. So okay.
Oh, random, speaking of which.
Oh,
So,
thank God. Can
assuming,
we please change the subject?
yes, we are definitely changing the subject. So, given the possibilities with Attack on Titan, which is
Okay.
also an equally horrible show. Well, it's a great show, but horrible. Um,
Horrible compared to Berserk, not compared to,
well, it's
the most
horrible in
recent
1,000
conversation we
different
were
ways.
having, but
Well, our most recent conversation was kind of based on Berserk, but um, do you think you want to try to play that prior to, you know, rewatching the show and what have you, and what, because to be fair, the Attack on Titan, what is it, sorry,
Mm-hmm.
2 game is, it actually encompasses a lot of the story. So I don't know if you want to like try to do that gamingly before you try to watch the TV show.
Yeah.
So it was a thought going through my mind. Well, you know, because I still don't think that they're gonna be ending the show in the next, what was it, 3 episodes. So
No, they're not. Everything I read says they got something else coming that's going to be um
yeah, you said that, and I'm not gonna lie, I hope you're right, but at the same time, it's just, well, hopping back to my bitch about yet again, slight spoilers. My bitch about the Lightbringer series. Like, the series itself is phenomenal. I love the series. The ending is such garbage that I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm gonna go through the series one more time, but that's the problem. It might only be one more time. If I love something, I'm going through multiple times. Just look at, well, you would be the only person to know this for a fact, but look at
oh.
Hunter x Hunter. I've
You mean
gone through
Hunter
that.
Hunter?
Yeah, fuck you. Hunter x Hunter. I've gone through that series, both the original and the recent release, as it were. Let's say 4 times minimum a piece. Like I love those series that much. Like, they're no. I love the fucking series. When it comes down to Hunter x Hunter, like, literally, anime #1. Everyone should watch it. And I've actually talked to people, and it's like, oh yeah, I like anime. Yeah, no, Hunter x Hunter is one of my favorites. Fuck that series. Fuck you. You are a subhuman person, and I don't care about you. Literally, you lose humanity status as far as I'm concerned. Personal favorite, Hunter x Hunter. #2, I think it's Overlord. #3, I think is Tanya the Evil. Those are probably my top 3 favorite animes. And then beyond that, yeah, I mean, top 10 is easily involves Berserk and whatnot, but that literally requires like some high functioning aspects that I don't know. It's one of those things, like, I've had conversations with you where it's like, you know what? What's your favorite movie? It's like, I don't have one actually. And it's like, oh, for you it's Shawshank Redemption. It's like, well, I really liked Shawshank Redemption. I just don't know if I put it as #1. Or let's take Thank You for Smoking. Great movie, must watch. I mean, I think I would put that in the top 10. I think I would put both of them in the top 10, but I don't know.
Thank You for Smoking is really good.
Yeah,
Really
no,
good.
Thank You for Smoking is fucking amazing as far as we are concerned. So you might want to start making some Steel Bloom, mainly because I don't know what you've been doing, and I'm going to keep going back to mine.
I am
But
building um the concrete furnace now.
but yeah, no, I actually that I took a bullshit online film class in college. And one of the things we had to say, or we had to do, was like our first assignment was, you know, tell everyone your favorite film. And for me, I literally put down thank you for smoking because it was a very intellectual movie. And when I looked it up, it got horrible ratings. But for those of you who are curious, there is no smoking involved for, no animals were harmed in the production of this film,
Yeah, a
as it
movie
were.
called Thank You for Smoking literally has zero fucking smoking.
There is no there's no well, there are cigarettes shown and there are what are they called again? Cigars. There are no cigars are shown, cigarettes are shown. But literally none of them are burning, none of them are fire, no tobacco is actually being processed as it were during the production of this movie. And just seriously, just listen to the conversations and yeah, no, I cannot tell you. Well, I could, but I'm not going to. The conversations are
He can tell you
um
the conversations.
hell, I could probably verbatim repeat the conversations, but yeah, no, seriously, listen to them and watch them because like it's one of those like you have to experience. It's one of the handful of times that I'm gonna listen to, hippie liberals where it's like, oh, but if you don't the watching and or whatnot is experience, pound sand. Most of the time you say that it's horrible, but with this one, I actually agree. Watch the movie. There is no smoking in this movie. It is purely a logical argument, and to be fair, it's not even pro smoking. It is definitively anti smoking, but it shows how somebody who is pro smoking can convince you how smoking is okay, and it's not even weed. It is literally like if you have functioning neurons, you know, on college influence smoking neurons, it is a phenomenal movie. I recommend it to everyone, even my parents who are hardcore Mormons who hate smoking and they're never gonna watch it, but it's still a great goddamn movie. I fucking recommend it. I have to admit, well, I think it might be up there in my top 10 favorite movies. I think it might be like number one in my recommended. You should watch this. Like, it's up there with American History X, A History of Violence, and Cesario. I forget how to pronounce.
Cesario, I think, is what it
Yeah,
was.
like those are like what four movies that I'm like, you know what, dude? I can't tell you why it's awesome. You just fucking gotta watch it. I'm not condoning it. I'm not disregarding it. I'm you just gotta watch it. So what was it? So thank you for smoking, Cesario, American History X. Did I say another one? I think those were the ones. Oh, and thank you for smoking, American History X, sorry, and A History of Violence. Those four movies. You know what? I can tell you why Thank You for Smoking is a must-watch movies. The other three, no. Me trying to explain the other three are, yeah, no.
Hmm. Curious.
Mm.
I found a rock I couldn't break.
That's happened a lot of times. Well, at least on my end.
It's
But yeah,
taking
no,
my
seriously.
stamina. That's for sure.
Uh, so I just filled up the herbalism bench with I don't need your help for this. Do you need wheat for anything specific?
Just bread.
All of it's just for bread?
I have enough wheat for potions, so I don't need any more wheat for potions. But if you're pulling wheat out of someplace,
I just came back with a shit ton of wheat, so
oh,
that's
then
why
just
I
put it
was
in the
asking.
mortar and pestle and turn it into bread.
I
Flatbread,
just
flatbread.
wondered.
No,
Well, I'm
wheat.
making
Yeah.
flour right now, but yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. You don't have the right recipe for bread. I was thinking I was going to replace the house with stone, but honestly, it doesn't look like it's really required.
Yeah, it's unnecessary.
But I can see us using a stone house when we're out in the desert. But
And stone house is like kind of sort of. Oh, that's depressing.
hmm,
You only made what looks like two steel blooms.
no, I made 50 steel blooms. You cross-eyed nitwit.
I only saw two, but I'm glad I am wrong. I am hyperly glad that I was wrong. Where was the other 50? I could have swore I took the.
Oh, it was in another stack. They only stack up to 50. You must have saw one stack but didn't see the other stack.
I mean, I thought I glanced, and that's the most accurate at. Okay, whatever. So
It
you
is what
made
it is. It's
those.
not a big deal. I'm gonna
No.
take a leak. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, Zonix is away, but can still hear me because he finally is not a. For a rich person, he kind of makes me, who is a legit cheap ass, looks kind of, you know, that's the word, splurgy. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna take a piss too. But I can talk shit while he's gone. But yeah, no. When it comes down to movies and animes, I literally cannot. Like I still think Hunter x Hunter is number one for me. Um, I could bravehearting already. Overlord would be number two for me, and Tanya would be number three for me.
You know, titanium takes precedence over steel, right?
It does. I
Yeah.
thought it burned whatever was quicker.
Nope.
Okay, then pull it out if you would please.
I did.
So now, random caveat with Overlord and Tanya the Evil. First off, Overlord is still continuing. It is a glorious show, and I recommend it hardcore. But it may end horribly. I fucking hope it does not. It's literally done so many amazing things that I love. but it's possible it will end horribly. Then you have Tanya the Evil. It's kind of technically ended, but I have to admit, it's one of those like it's short enough but great enough that I'm like watching it like twice a year. I'm not gonna lie. I, I'm enjoying this show quite well. Like it's right up there with, but I guess would be maybe like 4 or 5 One Punch Man or whatnot. Don't know how it's gonna end, and you know what? Between Overlord and One Punch Man, those two are like the definitive. This is how you write and make a Mary Sue, because these people are. I could destroy the world now, but
They're likable.
well, it's not even that they're likable. It's that they still have flaws. There are still issues, and their issues are like literally predicated on their Mary Sue-ness, or for those of you who are more intersectionally inclined, based on their Gary Stu-ness.
Where the fuck did Gary Stew come from?
I don't know. It's the term that's meant for the masculine Mary Sue. So it's Gary Stu, Mary Sue. Just it's a thing.
Was that really required?
I,
I'm okay calling
eh,
Saitama a Mary Sue. I really am.
but we have to, we're giving breaks for the fact that there are people of certain intersexual stupidity. And we have to give them their props. Hey, we care about your issues.
No. That's not the message we're sending right now.
Well,
That
it's
is absolutely
inaccurate,
not the message we're sending right now.
but yeah, no. When it comes to males, it's Gary Stew, and actually the part of the thing that really got me, that really pissed me off, that made me go, y'all are full of it, is oh shit, when they were arguing. Well, they a certain group of people who I believe identify as females and trans females were arguing that John Wick, he was a Gary Stew, which makes no fucking sense because his not shown but told storyline is this guy was so deadly, was so scary. His, in a sense, code name, well, maybe not code name, but he was pretty much known as
The
Baba
Boogeyman.
Yaga. And it's even shown where it's like, hey, yeah, Baba Yaga, the boogeyman, it's like, no, he's the guy you send to kill the fucking boogeyman. It's part of his backstory. I mean, if you want to put that behind, Ray, not so much Skywalker, then fine, fine, fine. I can run with that. But you had to give her the backstory. Like, she's on Jakku for whatever reason, and she's going on to, 1 on 10 fights with a, yeah, 1 on 10 fights with a, a pebble or something like that. Like, literally sell her Mary Sue-ness. In which case, I can't bitch about her Mary Sue-ness because it's part of her backstory. She is Mary Sue-ness.
Alright, so are you bringing home more iron?
Uh, yes, very little. I'm bringing home 30.
Okay, because
And finally, I'm bringing home a bear.
do
I
you
don't even
need
know.
me?
Yeah, I'm dead.
Yeah.
I'm close to the house. There's a bear that's about to possibly teabag me. You want to Alright, it's coming towards you. Coming towards you. No, it's not coming towards you, but it's going aggro. You can ignore it, apparently.
No, I'm not gonna
Or not,
ignore
no.
it that close to the house. Smokey Bear is not welcome here. Forest fires are good for the environment. They help stimulate growth.
Which they do.
Goddamn bear. The reason why I ask is because I have just enough iron to make the 4 fuel cans I need. But that'll be all our iron.
I'm coming back with 30 iron, which should be... Well, 30 iron ore, which should be 15.
Okay. Well, we got, we definitely need more copper, though. We absolutely need more copper. Copper and gold. Copper and gold.
Thank you, guy from the claymation.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and make these fuel cans so we can start filling them up. Since it's just gonna be a shit ton of time to fill them up.
What was the name of that? So, where did you mine? Was it the 2 chevron? Oh, fuck, there's two
The 2 chevron and D6 is where
F5?
D6 is where I went.
D6, okay.
Most of the iron is probably gone there. So if you want more iron, you probably should go to F5 or D5.
Well, I was gonna say, okay. I'm putting a waypoint on. Guess I'll wait here just for nighttime.
More concrete. And we are absolutely going to need a fabricator on this run. So we need...
You know, I think that's actually one of our big issues when it comes to twitching. Of course, actually, I should probably say it's my big issue.
Yeah.
When it comes to twitching. It's like, you know what? Okay, we're here, we're having fun, we're talking. And then every once in a while, I'll have this really effed up idea. And I want to voice effed up idea. But you're not allowed to voice effed up ideas.
Generally speaking, no, not so much.
And that's just one of those little... And yeah, might get in trouble, might end the channel type spiel. It's just like, you know what? I'm thinking horrible things. Well, unless it's like pro pedo and stuff like that, then you can say whatever, because when it comes to Twitch, they kind of condone horrible ideas. But if you're thinking Harvey Weinstein ideas, then you're kind of fine. There's no leap off point. That was just literally a personal... somebody was thinking, hey, pro people should have guns. Yes, in fact, I am part of the... I'm in bed right now. I'm part of the horrible group that believes that, you know what? Let's give public school teachers guns just in case shit happens. That's a horrible perspective to have. Why? Because guns are bad. No, people are bad. Guns are things. People are bad. Guns are not bad. Ah, but Family Guy has this, episode of talking. Fuck, have issues with Family Guy too.
Yeah, no, you're. Yep.
I think I could defend most of my perspectives.
It's not about being able to defend your perspectives. It's really not.
Of course not, because it's based on feels. Feels over reels.
Generally speaking.
And the medium that we are interacting on. And that's actually the biggest problem is the medium.
It's not even. I don't think it's necessarily so much that. It's just that gamer culture and Twitch viewership is largely liberal.
No, well, I would argue a distinction on that singular note.
Says the person who doesn't watch Twitch.
The gamer culture is libertarian. The Twitch culture is liberal. Because you have to think about that. It's one of those things that's been happening. You have to think back to what was his name, Jack Murphy or some shit like that. It was a guy when like Grand Theft Auto 1 or 2 or both or 3 or doesn't really fucking matter. They were arguing. It's like, oh, Grand Theft Auto. It's all about teaching how to kill people, and it's like no, it's a game. Let me play my goddamn game. And don't get me wrong, liberals have infested gaming culture quite a bit. I mean, hell, you have that one. I don't even remember where it was, but there was literally, and I'm sure it still exists, is gamers are not your gamer. Well, it's not gamers are not. It's gamers don't have to be your commerce, but that's not the right term. Customers. Gamers are not your customers or what have you. And it's just like, wait, what? That's like saying, hey, makeup doesn't have to be, focused towards females. Don't get me wrong, there are some males that wear makeup, but by and large it's female. Or there was this one chick at my last, well, to be, ubiquitous, but you know where her was. When I was working at my last job site, this one female was like, "Oh yeah, no, I dirt bike, straight up, motorcycle-esque dirt bike type spiel." And she's like, "I just wish that there were, protection and whatnot meant for females." And it's like, do you know how many females dirt bike? And she's like, "More than you think they are." I'm like, let's say 10% of the dirt biking community is female. Okay, yeah, no, that sounds kind of right. So, how much should they put into dirt biking protection for females? You're a very small margin of their community, which is actually quite weird because apparently she claimed, which also led to issues, that went to college and whatnot to become an actuator. Is that the proper term?
I have no idea what an actuator is in this regard.
It's kind of like that it's the person that like does the hardcore mathematics when it comes to like say insurance. Like okay, males by and
Oh,
large. Yeah, those guys, those well
yeah.
individuals.
God damn it. What is that? Okay. Well, hello there, worms.
But yeah,
Um,
some like actuators or something like that.
yeah, you're close. It's not actuator, but you are close.
Speaking of which, for another, like 10th, 20th nail on the coffin of canceled by Twitch, she was actually the last reason why, the last nail in the reason why don't trust individuals if you are male of the female perspective. Get fucked over like 30 times? I don't care about the 31st time. I have enough experience on that front. But yeah, no, she. Are you sure it's not actuator though?
No.
You. Fuck, what was it? But yeah, no, and the fact that she was working at where I was working at was like psychotic. Where it's like, seriously, you got a degree in this realm? It's like, no, no, no. Like, even if you're like, oh, I graduated at like the bottom 10th of my class, you can have a job at like accounting firms and whatnot, because that's some high level of mathematics. And apparently her boyfriend was a moron, which, I mean, yeah, no. I actually had no hint of even hitting on her, because if you're willing to hook up with that level of a moron, no. But I'm
Well,
not
that's
going
the
to get
thing
in.
is when you're very, very smart, generally speaking, whoever you hook up with is going to be a moron.
I don't agree with that, but I understand that.
The
And
thing is when you're talking upper 10% of intelligence, odds are what you're hooking up with is dumber than you.
yes.
Now, that's not necessarily true of all people of a superior intelligence, but that's the issue of being smart is
So I'm going to point out something real quick. It's something that's been covered in news media, whatnot have you.
because they can be
And
trusted.
yeah, of course. And it's the fact that women are having issue right now because there's not enough economically attractive males, which means what after what you just said?
That women want men who make more money than what men make.
Yeah, women want or women want men. Hey, give me a second. Women want men who make more money. Okay, so you know, understood, general, flatline, baseline, what have you.
That
So
speaks nothing to the average earning potential of the average man.
no, well, that's part of the reason why average earning man is having issues. Men can are a billionaire, or Elon Musk, uh, Bill Gates can literally, well, or actually one that might be more accurate. What's his name? Leonardo DiCaprio. He could hook up.
Vladimir Putin.
Maybe him too.
He's worth like $20 billion.
Hey, you know what? But I'm just trying to go for what I know and I can present. But they could hook up like Leonardo DiCaprio with, say, a burger flipper, a cashier at McDonald's, where a female, no, and this is where the term economically under desire or less than desirable, under desirable, whatever the fucking term is, males come from, is women always want to hook up with a male who makes 1.2% or 120%, so 20% more than they do. Now, don't get me wrong, there are females that hook up with what is now deemed as hobosexual, and I'm not going to try to define that because I still don't know and understand that term. Well, I understand
I have
that.
not heard that one. I have not heard the
really?
term.
You've never heard of hobosexual?
No, I don't spend as much time on YouTube and BitChute as you do. I've never heard of that term before.
There are women who hook up with males who make less than them. And these are like literally the transsexuals of the female community. They're like, yeah, no, there are very few, but they exist, and they will hook up with a male. Now, don't get me wrong.
And these women are called hobosexuals?
No, they hook up with hobosexuals. So the women are women. The males, well, possibly females. I don't know if it's gender neutral.
Well,
They
to be fair, I think the poor guys would hook up with most women.
Poor guys will hook up with a lot, and poor women will hook up with anything. Either way, hobosexual.
Yeah, banned by Twitch. There we go. There it was. It hadn't happened yet.
At this point, we've been banned by Twitch, I don't know, 60 times minimum. Either way, hobosexual is when, usually, well, with the term, it's when that a female hooks up with a male and the male has like 0 prospects. So
so the female is the hobosexual, not the male.
No, the female is the moneymaker, but they hook up with a male who's making nothing. The hobosexual, so yeah, I guess technically the hobosexual is a female, but no,
that's what I'm saying is, okay, you have the male who makes nothing. The male who makes nothing.
And then you have a female who is a manager, a lawyer, or what have you. But they hook up with this one guy that they could totally turn around and all that feminist bullshit. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, no, he just needs a little bit of love and understanding, but he makes no money.
So it's the woman who's the hobosexual in this argument here.
I don't know.
She's the one who's attracted to poor men. Poor men will sleep with anything.
No, men will sleep with anything. Women are selective, but I think that's part of the reason why I agree with that. It's the women who are the hobosexuals, is because women are more selective. So when a woman decides to hook up with a guy who's just like, give me money so I can go out to the bar, and they're like, okay. Yeah, no. So I guess you're right. Women would be the hobosexuals.
Yeah, in this situation, the women are the hobosexuals. They're the ones that are hooking up with poor men.
No. You're right. I mean, every time I've heard of the term, they've always referred to as hobosexuals as the males because the males are deficient or what have you.
Well, fuck, I would gladly be a hobosexual.
Oh, so would I. I'd be a stay-at-home husband, too. Pay for everything, and as soon as I decide to cheat on you, you have to pay me child support and alimony? Hell yeah. which is a growing issue and now feminists are bitching about, but we're not supposed to talk about. But yeah, no,
I don't know about all that,
yeah,
but I would happily be a house husband. I would sit home and be pretty.
so
I would even cook dinner. Not even gonna lie.
uh,
I would.
seriously, like cooking dinner's not that hard. Just give me the freedom to do it. For dinner, we have an apple. Oh god, I just wanted a salad. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Where when I hear women giving, well, females giving these oh, here's dinner. Oh, I heated up a hungry man. God, seriously. Keep groups of people out of the kitchen. That's the best. Keep groups of people out of the kitchen. You know, I still have to admit that one time where I was like, hey, you know what? There's these chemicals called vices. Yeah. It still kind of puts a smile on my face.
But yeah, no. If I was attractive enough to get like one of those doctors, I guess.
Doctors, lawyers, high class politicians. Now,
Yeah.
politicians are risky, well, at least for you, because I still at least want a few children. You know, one, two, three, four. You know, I want some. Now, if you don't want children, then straight up, doctors and female doctors and lawyers. Bam. They want somebody who will clean the house. Maybe you'll get to sleep around and whatnot, have you? Because, well, they'll be moderately levels of possessive. They're gonna be cheating on you anyways. But
You know
they
what? With my allowance, I feel like I could probably hire a maid to do that part of
well, with
the
your allowance, yeah. With their allowance, you'll be able to hire like 8 maids.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I'm a house husband. I have an allowance. I would hire a maid. I would totally hire a maid.
I mean, because what's horrible about playing MMOs all day? You know, cleaning for 2 hours, playing an MMO for 8 hours, cooking for 2 hours, maybe 3 hours, depending if you want to go exotic or not. Like for me personally, I actually kind of have an urge to, you know, break the mold and make some Chinese food and whatnot. That would add like an additional hour and whatnot. Yeah, no, I mean, serious, and that's one of those things that's hysterical, where you actually got females who are like, who voted for, equal rights? Because I just want to be a housewife. You know what? I just want to be a house husband. Where are the rich bitches that want to hook up with me? Tell me where they are. I will be right there. Seriously, 3 hours of cleaning, 2 hours of cooking, 4 hours of cooking. Fuck it, whatever. And then you know what? Oh, and then all of a sudden I get to lay there. It's like, I want to have some, baby. I don't know. I'm tired. Seriously, God, women. And this has been something
This
that
is
existed.
easily the most offensive conversation we've had.
I don't know why, because it's accurate as fucking hell. It's one of those things. Women play on recruit difficulty. Males under 6 feet play on veteran difficulty. Men over well, no, because over 6 feet you will have an easier time. Under 6 feet, like me, you have a harder time. But yeah, no, seriously, come on. I know how to cook. I know how to clean. I mean, I don't like cleaning, but I know how to cook or clean. But I know how to cook.
As someone
I
who's
can
lived
cook
with Buddha, he
goddamn well.
doesn't know how to clean.
Yeah, well, this is me being honest. I don't know how to clean. Well, I know how to clean because vacuum, vacuum, vacuum. You pick fabric-y thing types up, and you throw them into the washer or the. Are they called washer? Yeah, washer and dryer. So I'm just trying to think of proper terms. Give me a break. But I know how to take dirty things and put them into the washer. I know how to take dirty things and put them into the dishwasher. I can I can do the simple stuff. So you know what? If there's a rich woman out there who doesn't mind
That
sorry,
Buddha
buddy.
doesn't know what a washing machine is called.
Hey, who needs to know words when you're as sexy as me?
That just
And
put a
beyond that,
big old smile on my
the raw
face.
amount of females that know less than I do when it comes to house husbanding or housewifing is depressing. So yeah, you know what? I'm at the top 10% of this particular spectrum.
I don't
Ready,
know.
willing, and able.
I think you'd be hard pressed to find women who don't know what a washing machine is.
Oh, I don't think you want to bet me on that either.
Probably not, actually.
And that's the problem. You know what? You want to be a high-powered, kick-ass person that is female, as long as you have the proper hole. Guess what? Bam, I'm there. I will be your house husband. But without those caveats, shit happen.
Not gonna lie, I'm not 100% comfortable where this conversation is going right now.
I have a question for you right now. Am I even 1% wrong?
There's certain generalizations that are being
Oh,
made.
that is, hey, you know what? Are we gonna, we're not gonna be finishing this off tonight, but, are we gonna be, okay, do we need more steel? Just as out of a curiosity? You're not here.
I'm not there. I don't know if we need more or not.
So, I am deploying iron and copper. Isn't it sad that making completely accurate statements can get you in trouble? In a general sense, I'm not saying anything said in the last, I don't know, hour or so has been completely accurate, even though they probably could not say or define that it was inaccurate. But, in the last hour, isn't it sad? Well, not even the last hour, but in general, don't you think it's a little sad that one random person couldn't say something accurately?
Well, I mean, to be perfectly fair, nobody watches us, so there probably were plenty of random people that could say something contradictory to what we've been talking about. They're just not watching us.
They could, but they'd be wrong. That's the problem.
But the absence of opposition is not the evidence of absence.
The absence of evidence is not the
Evidence of
of
absence.
Yeah. No, and I agree with that. You know what? Just because no one is around to disagree with us, I wholeheartedly agree. It's just the fact that the people who disagree with us, well, disagree with me, I'll take the hit, are wrong.
Hey, Hyper, what's up?
Yo, yo!
You'll excuse me while I bang on some rocks here real quick.
I mean, yeah, seriously, diggy diggy hole. Enjoy fucking hyper. Enjoy Zionics. I mean, the fact that we're, you know, shouting on your, what is essentially your government.
You know what Hyper's government is.
He's New Zealand. I know his government. Well, in general, I know his government, and it's horrible. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I don't know where. I mean, maybe Hyper is a fan, but as far as I'm concerned, you know, not so much.
Buddha seems to think you live in New Zealand. That's what Buddha said. Oh, balls.
Yeah,
balls.
that's what I said. I mean, I don't know if I would put an A in there, but
Only someone from New Zealand would know how to spell New Zealand.
I like that better, actually. No. Hyper was Middle East, and well, not Middle East. He was Western.
Hyper
in America.
was West Coast.
No, he wasn't West Coast. He was Midwestern type thing. So like, you know, Kansas and what have you.
Neither one of those is New Zealand.
I know they're not. I apologize. I was juggling while
All right,
forgetting.
I thought Hyper was West Coast. Hyper, sorry.
He's not West Coast. He's middle.
You just said he was New Zealand.
I know, and I was wrong. Like I said, I was juggling at that point. I keep wanting to say Central America, but you know, center-ish, because Central America apparently is South America and what have you, and you know, I'm not playing with that. But so you have West Coast, Mountain Time, and then you have the one to the right of us. He, she, it is the right of us.
Don't call Hyper an it.
I don't know what Hyper is, except for a Rattata. A Rattata is to the right of us. I stand by that, Rattata. So what's your view on Ukraine? The Middle East, speaking of which, was speaking of on the U.S. continent.
You know, we've actually been talking about that a lot tonight, Hyper. Yeah.
I had a question.
Where Hyper was from.
I didn't ask where he was from. He was, like I said, he's in middle America, as it were. I know that. I forget my question, so if you can repeat my question. Yes. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm more than
no. We were talking about.
Hold up. I'm more than willing to admit my stupidity. So if you sit there and you're like, I asked you if you're from Mars on the lunar eclipse and what have you. You know what? I might actually believe you. I'm from Middle America. There was something about Ukraine situation. What did I mean, I said a lot about the Ukraine situation. Did I ask him if he supported the Ukraine situation?
Oh yeah, you asked him what he felt about Ukraine,
Yeah. So
like
what
literally
do you
just a
think
few
about the
seconds
Ukraine
ago.
situation? No, it's a literal question. I mean, the problem I run into is I find most well, you're from America, so I find American media to be full of shit. So when it comes straight down to it, it's like, oh yeah, Ukraine is fighting against the evil oppressors. It's like, first off, there's been years, literally years of articles on the West saying Ukraine is filled with Nazis now, or fascists, or what have you. And now the Russians, who are ultimately, I mean, I assume they're kind of sort of communists, are fighting the Ukrainians, which are now fascists. In which case, you now have a group of people fighting fascists while we're in a country who's been saying killing fascists is cool. So yeah, if you got some insight on that, I mean, I don't know where you stand. I like literally, I've paid a little too much attention, but yeah, what's your take on this? Like, tell me I'm full of shit. I'm totally fine with that, but yeah, there's been too much stupidity on this particular front where it's like, I got questions.
No, I'm with Hyper on this one. I've been trying to tell Buddha he's going to give himself an aneurysm, but
Yeah, I
uh,
won't get an aneurysm. It's just the fact that it's the topical conversation.
it is the topical
And,
conversation, but it's driving you fucking crazy.
and I disagree. It's not driving me crazy.
I've been talking to you through it all. It's driving you fucking
No,
crazy.
you haven't been. You've been watching some of my mastheaded conversation. And don't get me wrong, I agree, but the problem is the conflict that is happening. Yes, I am saying conflict. I don't know if that's racist or not. Is the fact that is this going to lead to World War III? I'm I'm actually I'm like 30 on this. Like I don't think
It's
it's going to
zero on
lead
this.
to
This is
World War.
not going to lead to World War III. This is
See,
news
that's what I'm saying.
sites and propaganda sites having a goddamn field day
Like
because
I said, this
everyone's
is
so sick and
30%.
goddamn tired of the goddamn Rona right now and the Panny D.
Well,
Anything
and
else is top news. Like that's
that
all this
that
is.
that's actually part of the reason why I'm saying that this is going to be like 30% chance to World War III, because like literally they are doing the same thing when it comes to the Rona. Oh, just 2 weeks to flatten the curves. Oh, in 2 weeks we're gonna be ending Russia slash Putin. It's all horseshit. Now hold on, I need to read what Hyper is saying. Oh, it's yeah. I mean, you're doing quotation, so it has sarcasm. But yeah, no. Uh, uh, the problem is right now. I think one of the biggest things that is happening, that I do agree that is happening, is the fact that um now
The social media war.
oh dear God. But no, it's the fact that now, from what I understand, you have Russia, China, and for some odd reason, um, India. They are now making their own sort of separate banking system for the transmission of information and what have you. Now, if that actually goes through, that's gonna have a response that is going to be widespreading.
Yeah, that's some sort of new banking system that is independent of the trade exchange in Belgium that America has exerted its control over.
Yeah, it's called. No, the thing that came to mind was not accurate. But yeah, no, seriously, look it up. There, China and well, correction, China and Russia are gonna be the cores. But for to be fair, this is me trusting other individuals. Uh, India, for whatever reason, will be joining into said agreement. If I'm wrong, God hope I'm wrong on that particular front. But the fact is well, not the fact. If I am right, if I am well, not even if I'm right. If I am conveying correct information, then you now have almost 1/3. Yeah, no, seriously, you would have 1/3 of the global population shifting to a uh new banking system, banking transference.
The one issue I have with that particular question, Hyper, is I don't know why Russia is attacking the Ukraine. That's the thing, is nobody knows why. Everyone's
And
throwing
I agree
theories
with that
out into the
wholeheartedly.
ether. Everyone's just making shit up, but nobody really knows why. The only
Well,
person I
to be
think that
fair,
knows why is probably Ukraine, and they're not saying a goddamn thing. Well, they are, but I don't believe shit that's coming out of their goddamn mouths right now.
the only reason well, actually no, there's two reasons. Two that I know of why Russia's going after Ukraine. First is Ukraine is kind of like a breadbasket. It is a very fertile land
Yeah,
that
these are people
produces.
inventing reasons why. Nobody
No,
knows why.
and if I'm wrong, if I'm just trying to explain, well, not even explain. I'm regurgitating
Yeah, that you're
why
regurgitating. That's what I'm saying is nobody really knows why. That's the
the,
thing, is
the
nobody
and
knows.
the two things that come out is a Kiev or what have you is the or is a bread basket. The second is that Kiev, I guess, I assume, I don't know, used to be Kiev, which used to actually be one of the major cities of the or not Moscow, the Russian nation or what have you. Like losing Ukraine was actually like almost like a punch to the what's the term, the cultural nutsack, as it were. But they did divide, and so that those are the two reasons why I can think of. Well, not that I can think of, but that I've heard, I should say, why Russia is going after Ukraine.
No, this is one of those things where there's two people that know why this is happening: Ukraine and Russia, and nobody's saying a goddamn thing.
Yeah, I don't even disagree with that. I would argue the only person or the only people, well, people, whatever, who knows why this is happening is Putin.
Oh, I may be wrong. I will grant that I may be wrong in this, but I believe Ukraine knows why, and I'd be willing to
Actually,
bet that they don't want to say anything, and I'd be willing to bet Russia doesn't want to say anything. I imagine this is
actually,
all a matter of they both know what the fuck is going on, but neither one of them actually wants to say a goddamn thing.
Actually, now that I think about it, there is still, in a sense, what the mainline press is saying, which I trust as much as my recently disposed, well, not recently, the left nut hair that I threw into the garbage, like a month ago,
Now you need to question
is
why Buddha's plucking nut hairs individually.
it helps keep me, well, it used to help keep me awake, but we're not going to talk about that. It's the fact that one of the things that was pointed out is that Ukraine has been trying to join the EU, and Ukraine has actually been fighting to use this situation for joining, and B, Ukraine joining NATO. And to be fair, I mean, just think back to this is between me and Psionics now. Just think about it. If all of a sudden you had well, as it were, enemy nation going, hey, this person is now going to be joining us. I mean, when we play Civilization, we're we're hardcore warmongering types and what have you. So if somebody's all of a sudden going to be like, oh, we're going to allow this, it's like, oh, so you're going to try to allow more or a warmongering aspect. And so that's where even some of the lefty type people like what's her name? Totally Gabber, Gabby, whatever.
Gabbard.
Whatever her name was.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah, I don't care and don't know. But she was sitting there and it's like, hey, you know what? If we just sat there and went, you know what? Hey, Russia, we're not going to allow these people to join the, or join NATO. This would solve a bunch of issues, but we're not saying that. Why aren't we saying that? Either way, hopping back, I'm not defending Russia. I don't know if Russia is, and this is where I'm horrible. I don't know if Russia's good or bad, which makes me bad. It's, hey, you know what?
As eloquently put as I don't know if Russia's good or bad. That makes you bad.
It's true. It's the same thing where it's like, I don't believe in institutional racism. That makes you racist or racist. I disagree with that. I never played Final Fantasy VI, by the by.
That's Civ 6, you cross-eyed nitwit.
What did I say?
Final Fantasy 6.
That too. I played a shit ton of Final Fantasy VI. I never played Civilization 6. I'm fine with cross-eyed nitwit on that particular front.
Are you okay? Do we need to stop?
No, I just need to stop. Quick, look to the left, look to the right.
No, we don't like Civ 6. It feels wrong to
Yeah,
us.
we
We
never
play
got
the
into
hell
Civ
out of
6.
some Civ 5.
But
though.
that's another conversation, but I've been trying to.
We love ourselves some Civ 5.
Oh yeah, I know we're psychotically into Civ 5.
Yeah, like Civ 6 is one of it just feels kind of wrong to us.
Like there's a chunk that we agree with, but like okay, so the fact that you can be able to build a city as it were, and then all of a sudden you're like, hey, in this city we can build a port, like two hexagons away or what have you. That's actually something that's like hell yeah. But all of a sudden it's like, hey, you're moving into a mountain that requires like two movements. I'm moving out of a mountain that requires two moves. It's the movement aspect that is just like fuck off. We don't, well, as far as I can tell. Xionox I think agrees, but I'm not stating he agrees.
Allegedly.
Is Russia justified? I honestly Don't know.
And
Because
that's what I was saying is nobody knows why Russia is doing what it's doing.
here's the thing, and it's like what I said earlier. And you just take the useless people like Trevor Noah, like who listens to that guy, anyways. But it's like, if
You
there's one
apparently have
person,
no idea who the fuck Trevor Noah is.
he's the guy who replaced Jon Stewart. I think his name was
No, that
Jon
was
Stewart.
Stephen Colbert.
No, that was that was either I was about to say John Lennon. That's either God damn it. That was either the guy who liked cars or the guy from New York. That's how I know them. Um, whatever.
I would say the facts are too obscure to make a good judgment.
I don't think they're too obscured, but no, there's that one guy who literally has like 300 unique cars, and he used to be a late
Jay
night person.
Leno.
No, Jay Leno was one. The other one.
Letterman. John Letterman.
Not Letterman.
It was Leno and Letterman. Those were the two late night.
So Letterman was replaced by Colbert. No, Letterman. Leno was replaced by Colbert. Letterman was replaced by the guy who did blackface that got in trouble.
Justin Trudeau.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, too. But the third one was Trevor Noah, and he's a straight up black guy. I don't remember anything. Oh, it actually comes from South Africa too, because reason. But
Why do you keep bringing home fucking wheat?
Huh?
Stop bringing home wheat.
I wish I had enough weed.
Anyways.
Sorry, I'm still trying to read through Hyper's blah blah blah. Well, after our. How about this? Based on what you know, are they justified or are the facts too obscure to make a good judgment? I'm on the too obscured aspect, not gonna lie. Dude, we're occupied with our own conversations, and I have to literally take my face from straight on to like a 45-degree angle to see what the fuck you're saying. My apologies. I get to you when I can.
It's funny is I basically repeated what Hyper said. I said,
And I don't trust you.
I know you don't trust me, but I said
I haven't cried.
I don't think there's enough information to say that Russia is justified or not. But all of a sudden, when you read Hyper say the same goddamn question.
Well, you're saying one thing. I don't know what Hyper is saying, so I'm responding to you. I'm playing a game, and also it's like, hey, what is chat saying? Hey, have you not watched the first Avenger movie? I mean, seriously, fucking Tony Stark covers it. How's he look at this screen? He has to turn his head. That seems painful or annoying. I forget the proper word that he says. So, give me a break. My apologies, because when Zionix starts talking, I'm assuming he's spouting nonsense, and it's just like, oh, I have to, pay attention to nonsense.
But all of a sudden, Hyper says the same goddamn question.
Well, he's saying nonsense too, but I'm gonna view it in a positive light to make him feel good, quote unquote. But it's one of those things, and I actually have to read through it, which annoys me, which makes me actually angered. Oh, come on. Yeah, I'm sorry you live in Kansas. Go away. No, don't go away, but, piss off, as it were.
Fucking hell.
So now I need. Sorry, I'm going back and reading what Hyper is saying because apparently he has issues. How about this? Based on what you know, are they justified? I don't know if they're justified. Now, the main reason I don't know if they're justified is, from what I understand, there was some accord that um, um, Ukraine had with Russia that, well, Russia is claiming they failed to adhere to. I don't know. It's kind of the same thing with China and Taiwan. I don't know why, but there is some issue between those two groups. So I know there's issues. I don't know why there's issues, but there are some straight up goddamn issues. That is like literally the most honest thing I could say. Yeah, seriously, if only we had technology and I wasn't playing a video game that was interactive and I wasn't reading what people were saying. But if you could, fix that issue for me, Hyper, I would totes love it. I mean, I would call you, Ratit. Well,
Eradicate.
yeah, I would call you Eradicate instead of Ratatat or Ratatouille. Don't really care. But
Well, the house actually took damage in that storm, so.
yeah, I saw that. That's where I ran out to pick up some shit so I can start repairing.
So.
So Ratatata just sitting there as Raticate.
Debating whether or not the benefit of having chat scroll past your screen would be worth the work rather than having to turn your head slightly to the side.
You have to talk to Psionics on that, man.
All right,
Psionics,
so here's the thing about that.
Psionics, yeah.
So I manage the stream. So for me, chat is showing up. Okay, I guess I'll.
Okay, so I don't have the things popping up on my area. So, Ratatata, I don't have your information popping up on the stream. I have to look to the right. Whereas Psionics over there, he has it popping up. You're like, I can't see any of that. That'll get me in trouble. But it pops up like, hey, I want you to pay attention. Where I'm sitting there, it's like, I'm playing the game. And then Psionics is like, I like peanut butter. And it's just like, oh, shit, why does Psionics like peanut butter? I don't care. And so I have to look to the right, which is the proper direction, by the way, to see what the fuck you're saying. In which case, I look over there. It's like, oh, he's asking questions. Oh, my God. And yes, try to look 45 degrees to your right or left. I don't know how the hell your head works to see what the hell is going on. If Zonix doesn't state something as a question, like Hypertooth is wondering why Russia is invading Ukraine, I'm just gonna assume he's asking a question, not Ratatata, i.e., you. In which case, so yeah, I have some issues here. So my shifting my vision from 45-ish degrees so I can see what the F you're saying, it's just kind of a thing. So if you want to view me as lacking, I'm sorry, Ratatata. You're still a Ratatata.
I hate to bring you down a little bit here, Buddha. I have offered to give you access to the chime mechanism that I use to let me know when
And when I hear a chime, what am I gonna do? Shift right all the time?
Yeah, it's not like it happens that often.
It's not like well, I wasn't gonna go that arrogant. I was just gonna, hey, you know what? You actually see it appear on your screen. I had to. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Sorry, Rattata is telling me something. How on earth can you fuse my enriching? I mean, that's a shot on Sonics. I'm gonna leave that alone. I mean, do you want to bend over or do you want to say something on that one, Sonics? I mean, you do you.
I'm not gonna lie. I have to look up what dulcet means.
Are you serious?
I don't know what dulcet means.
Oh wow. Well, to be fair, before you look it up, dulcet is a mute. I believe is a musical note or tone. Dulcet tone, dulce. So you know what? If I'm wrong in that, fine. But he's saying that when he speaks, as far as I know, he's speaking musically,
Odie, go to bed.
rhythmically. Odie, hush.
It's nighttime.
I
Go to
mean,
bed, Odie.
am I wrong?
Go to bed, Odie.
There once was a sleep that came to me.
You're not at your computer, are you?
No, I'm making a refill, so I have no idea what the fuck's going on. So Rattata can do whatever Rattata does.
God damn it.
Or Xanax. I mean, I don't know.
I need to upgrade the house to stone. I guess I can do that while I'm waiting for you.
Okay, now I have to scroll up to see what Rattata is saying. Wow, Rattata.
He's looking at me. He's looking at me. He's aware. He's aware. Oh, I got arrows sticking out of my ass.
I can put one in your ass if you want.
I gotta go to bed.
I can't shoot your the ass if you're going to bed. And you're sleeping.
I still got arrows sticking out of my ass.
Okay, now that I have the time to look at what Rattata is saying. I don't cry, Rivers, because I don't cry. And, you know, it's one of those things when you hit maturity. How about just based on what you know, tell us about your real opinion on Discord. Don't need to care about Discord, because chances are we're going to be kicked out from Twitch. Blah, blah, blah.
We're almost certainly not going to get banned from Twitch until we at least become a,
Hold up. I have some curiosity why we don't have followers, but I'm assuming mostly it's based on games. I mean, my opinion is more hardcore than people like, which is depressing. You know, no, I'm not gonna say that. No, actually, real life story. I think I was 8, maybe 9. I was straight up sitting there. I got grounded and I started crying, and then I realized that crying led to nothing. And since then, I really don't cry. I mean, you're not gonna believe that, but you know, honest story. So now, 45 degrees. So come on. I'm debating whether or not the benefit of having chat scroll past your screen would be worth the work rather than having to turn your head slightly to the... Seriously, I want you to every once in a while type. I like... No, that wouldn't work. What's the best? What's the best way to put it now? Heavenly... I'm sorry I get mad at him just because I'm trying to figure out what the fuck he's saying earlier on.
Well, if you paid more attention to chat, you wouldn't be so far behind.
I'm sorry, I get focused on the game or the conversation, and Xanax doesn't go, hey, Hypertooth is saying... No, I'm not the hype... Bullshit, dude. I am nowhere near the pinnacle. No, seriously, it's not a... this is a true statement aspect, whether you believe it or not. Like, seriously, I didn't do it to be strong. It is literally... I ran into a situation where it's like, you know what, me crying doesn't lead to anything beneficial, positive, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I'm not saying this as, oh, I'm a badass. I'm probably, well, if I don't know, straight up pusillanimous, because people have certain issues with terms, is on the far one direction, I'm maybe 20% beyond that. I am straight up, I'm not true masculinity in any sense. It's just, crying does what? If I were to sit here and cry my tits off, yes, I got titties, what would that lead to? Oh, dude. we're well, at least I am. You can be hateful towards me, and I will most definitely be hateful towards you. I just have way too much honesty in me, which leads to issues. And yes, honesty leads to way too many issues.
All right, here we go. This is what I was looking for. This is my commentation on my comment on the current conversation in Discord, since I can't post it.
We've gone through like 7 commentations, man.
No, it's still meaningful. It's still meaningful. Just check Discord.
I mean, seriously?
I guess I could put it in Twitch chat, but now you're a man. Right,
I mean, yeah, no, actually, orgasms went to some nightmares.
that is a great show.
It is interesting. I mean, I have to like at the time I was still Mormon when I first watched it, so it was like, wait, what?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's the chorus right there. That's the magic.
Nah, man. But like I said, when it comes to masculinity, well, for if you don't know pusillanimous, which is what is it, weak pantsy or something like that, somebody who's ultimately pathetic. Like, let's say that's 0 or whatever. I'm like a 20 to 30. I'm not gonna be sitting here going, "Bruh," I walk up to bitches and be like, hey, this is what I am. No, nope. Depressingly, no. I am not Jeff Goldman or whatever the fuck his name is either. Look up the Luminal Order if you don't know who that is. It's not meant to help, man. This is the guy who made South Park. Well, one of the... Well, I don't know if the other guy helped out. I'm forgetting his name now.
Matt Stone and Trey Parker.
Yeah, I don't know if Trey Parker helped out with that, but Matt Stone. No, Trey Parker is the mag or the pinnacle. Matt Stone is the secondary.
Does Matt Stone know you're saying that about him?
I mean, he might, smite me, but I'll accept that.
Ah, ah, oh no.
Um, did I say something wrong? Because what you're just put down is irrelevant. I'm saying I'm not walking up to a female as a Chad, ultimately. I am. Yeah, no. I'm on the lower end when of the masculinity scale. That's all I'm trying to say. I take that how you will. I won't support or defend. It's just that's how I view myself. So the fact that I haven't really cried since I was 9 isn't, oh, pain is nothing. Man is still something. Problem is, actually, pain is probably the only emotion I feel. Well, eh, uh, what was that show, Xanax? Better Off Ted, I think. I feel things like drunk and chocolate.
Yeah, that's better off
Yeah,
that.
I'm pretty much that. I've been so tempted to watch that recently. I feel things like drunk and chocolate. I saw Walking Up to Girls, by the by. I was just using that as an example. I'm a random schmo. I don't matter. I am literally the random of the random, the irrelevant of the irrelevant.
I need to drop off some goodies. Yo, make me a stone floor because I need to fix some shit.
Do you need any specific resources? Not gonna lie, I keep flicking to the right now because apparently Ratatata over here has some, attention issues, so I need to pay attention. So you need stone, you need leather, you need fiber. I don't know.
No, I'm good. Unfortunately, I uh, I changed out a particular part of the building and dropped our smelting onto the ground, and now I need to rebuild it.
That's unfortunate.
But there are gongs going on. It's not
I agree
attention
with you.
issues; it's ignorance issues.
Yeah, I have issue with ignorance also. If you want to point out my ignorance, I'm 1,000%. I want to say amenable, but that doesn't sound like the right term. Understandable, acceptable, willing to. Wow, you threw fucking. You threw a bunch of iron into the skinning bench. Good times.
I needed to move
No,
things
no, no. I
around.
understand. I understand. No, I won't complain. Complaining's actually not what I do, technically. I mean, talk to Xanax on that for. Well, I guess I have my
He
rage
sort of
issues
kind of
with that.
complains.
I don't complain. Well, I take other people's perspective, I guess. Ah, I get what you're saying. Which doubles down. I- Why would I complain what anyone says in chat? Like, literally. I mean, hell, if you sat there for the next, I don't know, hour, just saying, well, I can't say that because I get in trouble, but how about pansy, pansy, pansy? It just be like, oh no, he called me a pansy. What shall I ever do? I need to do something. There's any store over here since Sandbox is doing rando.
I'm trying to fix a fuck up.
Do you need anything specific?
I think I need more gold.
And apparently I... You know, actually this makes me... Hold up. You're right. Why would you complain? Everything I said is completely well thought out, coherent, and sensible. Not really, but you know, if you want to pretend, I mean, you're gonna have the same pretending that I do, so you know, I can agree with that. And seeing that I'm the only one here, I represent all of chat. I mean, yeah, true,
He's
but at
not
the same
wrong.
time, I mean, there was another person there, but you know, if he wants to be narcissistic about it, I can't disagree. So you're right, narcissistic person from the Middle America person. You know, sort of kind of like BTK. You know, you do you. We're just here to agree with your perspective. Hey, you bet I'm gonna milk this as much. Hey, dude, milk it, milk it, milk it, and milk it again. I mean, no, I'm not gonna say that.
What are the odds we're gonna get banned by Twitch in this week right now?
Dude, I could get banned by Twitch like tomorrow, but you know, I've already pushed the line, so I'm gonna be more understanding because Rattata over here, you know, maybe he's gonna have some issues.
I seriously doubt Hypertruth is the reason we're
Hey,
gonna get
dude,
banned.
I actually, no, I'm not gonna say that on stream, but yeah, no, yeah, stuff.
That's true. We do mention getting banned on Twitch a lot. That's because we read the terms of terms of service.
And the fact that the terms of service have, you know, changed frequently. You're not
No,
gonna,
you're
dude.
not the reason.
That is straight up narcissistic. You being the reason why we're gonna get banned. You're not. You're not even a tertiary. You're like a. I stubbed my toe last week and then we got banned level. I mean, sorry. I mean, you're a great and beautiful person. I hope you keep watching us and I hope you keep interacting. But yeah, us getting banned, you're gonna be next level non-existent.
It was just the conversation he was provoking.
No, I don't care. There is no level. I like you, guy. I don't. Well, girl, guy, person. I know nothing about you. Yeah, that will learn you. That'll learn you. Like, do I highlight the amount of shit I've said without him being even around at this point?
It was a colloquial metaphor. I didn't mean it literally, guys. Seriously, come on. I hate both of you right now.
Because it's technically his channel. So, you know, Xanax tells me to shut the fuck up. So I'm gonna, you know.
Oh, really? Really? You shut up when I tell you this. No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
I have fucking video proof that you don't.
I doubt it.
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm more than willing to accept the proof, but at the same
The
time,
last
it's more
bot
of a,
on Twitch.
the same. It's the same as
It
somebody
was-
said some dreaded word that starts with N, and I went, and you're like, oh, what? You know,
Well,
whatever.
I'm not saying I never said anything inappropriate.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just,
So yeah, I
I
mean,
never
I'm the
said that.
reason.
I'm just saying, when I tell you not to say something, you turn
When
around
you
and you
tell
say
me
it
not to say
12
something,
times.
I shut the fuck up.
No, you
You,
don't.
on the other,
No, you
oh,
don't.
yes, I do.
No, you
I,
absolutely fucking
I
don't.
am more than willing. I am more than excited to see a litany of. Oh, I said it this one time, this one time, this one time, this one time. Because you know what? It's the same. Wow, more history, personal history. So I was on my first deployment. A bunch of issues. So I had this one guy. When he told me to shut the fuck up, guess what? I shut the fuck up. He wasn't my sergeant. He was just a guy I respected. Guess what? I respect you. You tell me to shut the fuck up on something, I stop saying this something. So you telling me now that I tell you do not say something, and that I don't, I literally have some issues with. So yes, if you can prove this, I am straight up down going, hey, yeah, you know, man, I was wrong, and you know me. If you can prove me wrong, I will. Oh my god, I was goddamn wrong. But until you can prove that, yeah, no, I think you're full of shit. Straight up, I think
All
you're
right.
full of shit.
Okay, all right. Since we've already crossed the line tonight, let me remind you about your story about Get Behind the Darkies that you said last stream.
Huh?
And I
Hold on.
said, dude, don't say that again. And no more than 5 times did you say darky in that stream.
Huh? So last time, so you're
Last
saying
stream. Last
last
stream.
stream. I'll look it up, and if I'm wrong, I I will absolutely concede. I apologize if I don't remember. I will apologize for that. Sorry. Now I'm looking over at a hypertooth.
Yeah. Okay. The fuck am I even working on here? Okay, so the house is a stone house now, so that's good.
To be fair, hypertooth, I'm giving Zionics the absolute benefit of the doubt. It's not a I'm gonna protect myself. It's a he's somebody I trust enough. And it's because of the fact that I trust him enough. I'm adding the qualifier that I think he's full of shit, but at the same time, he proves me wrong. I have to bow down. I have to accept. Now, I don't know. Maybe that just makes sense to me right now, I guess. I don't know, because Zonix is laughing.
It's just funny in the context of uh, the comment that was made last stream.
And I don't remember the comment on last stream, so.
And I know that, and I get that, and and that's fine. I understand that.
So, speaking of which, random, I need to watch last stream late night.
Yeah, I think it was literally the last stream we did. Um, it was we were trying to do the snowblind scan. It was the 6 hour mission I was telling you about.
You know, actually, the sad point is, now, to be fair, I'll have to watch for said context. But I had a sergeant said, "I'm glad we're sergeants now, because
No, no, no.
It was.
I know the story, and
I won't say it
I
then.
understand the story. I'm not saying you didn't give qualifiers to the story. What I'm arguing is that I asked you not to say that again, and you said it another 5 goddamn times.
Huh? I
That
won't
that's the
hold you to the
qualifications that
five
I'm
damn
giving you
times,
is
but
I
I won't hold you the 5 damn times. The depressing part is, chances are, we had 0 viewers, which made me more. It's like, fuck it, why not?
no, we didn't have 0 viewers. We got a follower that night. That was the thing that blew my goddamn mind. It's Brinkley followed us that night.
Are you gonna argue that Sprinkly, I don't know, where's the hood?
I don't
I, I
know
I
how.
would love you to make that statement. Sprinkly follow us because he wears a hood.
I have no idea. But
Uh,
Sprig Leaf
all of a
followed
sudden
us.
he's gonna start hedging his bets.
No, I'm just letting you know. There was somebody watching that night. That's all I'm saying.
Followed.
Yes, somebody followed. Who was watching that night?
Ah, the amount of things I could tell story wise. I'm not gonna lie. So this is for you hyper and random person watching. I do have to admit because I'm more well, um, well, we're both extreme in our own rights.
Yes.
I'm just more extreme in a way that is less appreciative on said platform. And so I've been curious to ask you, it's like, do I in a sense only respond to what you say? Like how much should I minimize? And the fact that I went through those handful of articles where it's like, hey, people with said perspectives are now being, you know, censored and banned on Twitch. That has been a curiosity today. That's like, I we agree in a lot of ways, but I am more extreme one direction, you're more extreme another direction, and that leads to
Yeah.
some issues. No, no, like I said, it's been something I've been curious about today, just because I don't know. And like I've said earlier, this is your channel. And this is where I get really curious, and I'm straight up gonna watch, last, what was it, Saturday or what have you,
Yeah.
video where it's like I told you to shut the fuck up, and this
No,
is
I
one
didn't
of
tell you to
those,
shut the fuck up. I said,
and
dude, don't say that word again.
this is one of those. It When it comes to absolute statements, I am usually, especially your platform and shit like that, I will follow. No, I'm not perfect. I am quite human. Blah blah blah. But human have you.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm now quite uh curious about this. So yeah, no, if I said it and I did not follow your commands, as it were, I guess is the best way to put it, then I truly do apologize. But fuck Ferris, I am straight up backing. I will apologize. Both Huron on Twitch. Still think it was a funny story, by the by.
It was a funny story. I'm not saying it wasn't a funny story. That had nothing to do with it.
Besides, maybe, like I said, I don't know the proper terminology and what have you. I was making a South Park reference, and I love that movie.
You were not making a South Park reference.
I probably wasn't, but still, South Park. They made a reference like that too.
They were making a reference like that, and I know exactly where that reference came from.
Somewhere up there. So, on my second deployment for viewers, I quite literally watched the South Park movie. If I were to say 60 to 90 times, that might be a bit of a understatement. Like I literally watched that like once a day for about a month or two. I don't know what it was, but god damn, something about the South Park movie
And
was,
something about a boil on your hands.
and I've lanced a bunch of those on my own too. But yeah, no, something about neither of those were lying, by the by. But yeah, no, seriously, neither of those. I I don't know what it was, but the South Park movie, like seriously, that became well pseudo Bible. It's not that I got truth from it. It's the fact that I watched it so much that it's just like you know I did that more than a lot of people went to church, as it were, and I think there was a lot of knowledge in the South Park movie. But
Matt
that's
Stone and
that.
Trey Parker, blessed be their names.
Yeah, seriously. If there are people who have came to this earth to spread wisdom, and this was me, born and raised Mormon, and these people made a musical called The Book of Mormon. I still think those fuckers are just like, hallowed be thy name. Like, yeah, seriously, straight up badasses. And that's the other additional other thing is um
But my face.
their issue, part of their issue, or part of the issue that they ran into, where even my parents were like, oh, I bet they wouldn't make the Quran, you know, musical. I actually wouldn't be surprised if they did, because there was a handful of jokes that they did and make based on uh I'm going back because I'm starving, but they made a bunch of jokes based on Muhammad and the Quran, but that was straight up early South Park pre blowing up, killing Charlie Hebdo people
Yeah.
thing. But yeah, no, and even then they wanted to make jokes based on that. So yeah, no, as far as I'm concerned, Matt Stone, Trey Parker, fucking gods incarnate. Well, badasses incarnate, I guess, is the more accurate. But yeah, no, those two. I mean, not to say that me and Xanax aren't just sitting here, punching people in the Tuesday. apparently going too far, saying get you know Operation Get Behind the Darkies.
As I'm holding a pool noodle wrapped around a spike.
Besides, the world. Actually, one of my favorite quotes, I don't know if I've said this on stream, is the difference between fiction and reality is fiction has to make sense. And you know what? The amount of, I don't even know, truth, brilliance.
That's the thing about fiction is it sort of kind of does have to make sense.
Well, and that's just it. I remember I was saying this. Well, I think this is one of the few things I guess that stuck out from last stream or what have you. Is that I think that was the time where it's like, you know what? I've had a few too many random times in my life where trying to say it, explain it, what have you, would sound like bullshit. So, it's straight up reality, but it's gonna sound like goddamn fiction. And the
Link,
one
be
thing,
right back.
but yeah, no, the one thing that stuck out is I had this one random female. She claimed I never personally saw her before, but she claimed to have been some sort of like history professor, and this was 2015, I don't know. And it's like, oh hey, if Trump loses because of the popular vote, remember that the Constitution, which I totally drew a blank on the last time we had this conversation. Well, yeah, on stream, I should say. That it's part of the Constitution that, or it's based on the electoral votes instead of the popular vote. I was like, okay, sweet. And I actually walked up to this chick and I went, hey, I got a constitution right here. Well, a pamphlet constitution right here. You mind, showing me where it says where the constitution or where the president is meant to be elected by the the electoral vote instead of the popular vote. And when I tried to hand her this pamphlet that had the Constitution, or the Declaration of Independence, all the amendments, she looked at it like I was trying to hide or hand her a damn viper. Like seriously, this was death incarnate when I was trying to hand it to her so she can prove what she was saying. Now, don't get me wrong. What she was saying was accurate. What she was saying was accurate. Well, that's interesting. But she could not prove it. And later on, I looked it up on the internet, and what she was saying was accurate. So she wasn't lying. But at the same time, you have this chick who's arguing for the fact that, oh, Trump's going to lose, but he might win the popular vote. And then all of a sudden, Hillary Clinton, who won during the popular vote but lost during the uh the electoral college. I mean, I was laughing, and me and Psionics, I mean, we weren't paying attention. I mean, I don't know where Psionics leans politically. He's more left than me, is literally the most I can say. Which is funny because, like I said earlier tonight, one of the people I agree with most politically, well, at least authoritarily wise, because guy who wrote a book was um Robert Heinlein, and that guy was a straight up social democrat. So yeah, a social democrat that I agree with, but I'm further right than the Zionics. If you're watching and listening to our stream, we're a fucking quagmire. Like there's no up and down. There is just, you know, I can't say that either. Zionics
There,
might know what a.
there's no back and forth. There is a back and forth, but there's no back and forth.
Well,
There's no
there's
swamp, but there is a swamp.
there's this burrito, and there's this taco. More what I was trying to kind of referencing, and apparently now I'm locked. I might have to.
Remember, you have a menu item to
Yeah, I know,
unstuck
and I'm trying
yourself.
to do that, but no, seriously. Hyper, if you got time, look up Robert Heinlein and read. Well, at a minimum, like baseline. If there's one book, read Starship Troopers. That is a book. It's not mind blowing, but it's akin to Brave New World in 1984. Like, read that book and internalize it, understand what it's saying. And to be fair, I would say I actually I was talking to a guy, and well, he claimed I should say because I don't fucking know.
He claimed to be his uncle. But
Yeah, that too. He claimed to be uh an ethics professor. And he told me, you know what? Read the Communist Manifesto and read Mein Kampf. And guess what? I read both. I agree with both.
and both were written by psychopaths.
That is most definitely true. But I mean, because the problem, like, because Z Führer, one of the things he talked about, at least earlier in his, prospect or what have you, was saying, you know what? When it comes down to it, culture is an important aspect. And I agree with that. It goes back to another aspect where it's like, you know what? I don't think there's anything wrong with being a nationalist, as it were. You should love being an American. You should love being a Canadian. Well, maybe not a Canadian, but you know.
Any other country, you should love being a part of it, but just
But
just just not Canada.
think about it.
Man.
You are the descendant of hundreds, well, decades, hundreds, thousands, if not millennia of of civilization, a culture, a essence, a being. And you know what? You may be right, you may be wrong, but god damn it, you are the descendant of something that lasted hundreds of thousands of years.
Fucking act like it.
That is like, I mean, just baseline. That is goddamn badass. That is straight up. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's no badass than it. Well, maybe less than badass than some others, but it is just like so hey, me, Sonics, and Hypertooth, we are Americans, and guess what? You know what? Stamp down your foot. We have well, technically prior to 1776, but that's when the gauntlet was thrown down and all that jazz. But it's just like, you know what? We are us, and we are a nation based on that. Where Canada, the UK ultimately just went, I don't know if we want to take care of you anymore. In which case, they all of a
Fucking
sudden
guys, you
became,
can have independence. Nobody cares.
yeah, you become your own nation because we just don't care. But
it was
yeah,
France,
no,
not UK.
it was the French. Well,
Yeah.
it was the UK, not the French.
Huh. Because the UK controlled French Canada.
No, there just happened to be French up there. Trust me, dude.
There's
Look it
no
up.
Canada like French Canada, the best Canada in the world.
How did that song go? There's no Canada like French Canada, the best. Hold on.
I literally just said it was the best Canada in the world.
No. I was trying to understand or remember the rest of the song, but yeah, no, you're right. No, you're gonna have to tell me when it comes down to what we have, whether we have enough. Because from the look of it, we're gonna literally start having to expand out. So I'm putting a waypoint on the closest um area for us to collect uh minerals. And if this doesn't work, we're boned. French Canada is it the best Canada? It's the best Canada in the world.
I mean, what raw
Seriously.
materials are you looking for?
Well,
Well, we need gold.
I'm
We need gold. We absolutely need gold.
that's
Sorry.
what I'm trying to say is like you're the one who's gonna be telling us ores. I'm marking out mines so that we
Yeah.
can keep getting them.
All right. So I need to put down the fabricator. Um, 10 electronics. We need for the drills. No, I need the fabricator for the drills we want.
One of the fucking things I hate about this game.
There it is. All right,
Well,
so
apparently I ran home according to this.
balls. The electric furnace is 60 electronics. And the biofuel generator is 12 electronics. That's 72 electronics.
Can you do me a favor?
Hmm.
Put your or open up the map and put your waypoint in say F4 close to where our drop pods are.
F4.
Yeah, it's temporary. I just want you to move it in a ridiculous decoration or direction.
Okay, I moved it. It's on the drop pods in F4.
God, This
You're.
doesn't make sense. Okay, okay, quick question. So, look around, use your compass. Now, your
I'm in the
uh
house.
no, I get that. What direction declination is your waypoint, the red diamond?
Red diamond is northeast.
Okay. Now, what declination is the blue one?
Southwest.
I don't know if that's just me being stupid or the game then. Huh? Sorry. You can switch your waypoint. It's almost night.
Uh, we should probably call it. I gotta work tomorrow, so
Is that true?
I'm thinking we should go to bed and call it a night. Um, or we can call it a night and then go to bed next time we play. Either or. But I am of the position that we are in a good spot. We're both healthy, happy, and reasonably good human beings. So, regardless of our political leanings, that we should
No,
be
I
able to.
disagree with the last chunk, but yeah, yeah.
We should be able to call it a night and come
I'm
back
going.
tomorrow.
I'm going to need a second just so I can deposit my stuff.
Yep.
But no, that is still something that you are going to have to define
Me? Why am I gonna have to define it?
because it's your channel.
Not sure what I'm defining.
How much random shit are we going to be able to talk about? Because I mean, I literally shat on both libertarianism and Mormonism tonight, let alone.
Shitting on libertarianism and Mormonism is not the problem. The only problem that I have had in the last several streams is the use of the word darky.
Which is funny from my perspective. Now, sorry, I need to do one more thing.
The reason why you don't understand why that word is racist
I
is
know why it's racist. It's the first time I literally heard it used was from people, well, from
that doesn't
Africans.
matter. That doesn't fucking matter.
And that, you know
Where
what?
you heard it from is irrelevant.
To me, it's relevant. I don't know if, and maybe, you know,
Okay,
understanding
let me
the,
put it this way. To you, it's irrelevant. To Twitch, it's irrelevant.
well, like, and this is where I sent you that one guy. I'm not gonna name plug him just so we know don't get in trouble. He was talking about how, you know what, if you're not even perceived right leaning on Twitch, guess what? Chances are you're boned. So,
And we may very well be boned. It's
well, and
entirely
this is
possible.
why, like I said, it's on you. What are we going to do? Because this is your channel, and we're going to, I apparently am going to flawedly. I don't know if there's a flawedly. Yeah, I don't know if there's a term when it comes to flawed for this. Follow your direction. You tell me not to, I will follow. Now, apparently, I have failed that earlier, but blah blah blah. I will research that tomorrow. You will tell me I'm stupid, blah blah blah. But we're calling it. So thank you for watching. Rattata has some issues, even though I started trying to look over more and more. But Hyper is toothing himself. Yeah, you're welcome. So thank you for watching. Good night. Zonix is probably gonna have some more PC. Everyone is welcome because you can identify as a Rattata. But I bounced out.
Fucking hell.
Well, like I said, it's up to Zonix what the
Well,
rules are.
as long as
And he's
Buddha
not
is being
defining
as
rules.
offensive as possible, I apologize for Buddha being a
He's not
cunt.
defining he has not defined the rules, so Bow Chicka honk honk. Fuck it.
God damn it.
Daphne was a real person. You should have respected her. Yeah, no, I got a lot of stuff to say.
All
But
right.
like I said,
Thanks for watching Hypertude, and
seriously, scared little
we'll be
bitch.
playing some. Odie, hush! You've already caused me enough trouble tonight.
And this is me being considerate.
No, it's not.
Oh, seriously? I want I want this to be the last thing you say. Tell me this is not me being considerate. I want you to state that.
Uh, we'll be back on Thursday with some Terraria. You're
There
welcome to
we
join
go.
us, Hypertooth. We're
Wait,
on to the moon event. Shut up! Quiet, meat
no,
sack.
you
Quiet!
said we're up.
Shut up!
You said we're up
Shut up!
tomorrow.
No, Thursday.
Okay, I heard tomorrow. My apologies. That was the only thing I was gonna point out. Okay, so Alex, like I said, doesn't want me to be me. I can't express myself. I can't identify properly because A, Twitch, B, Xanax.
So we'll be
So
playing Terraria on Thursday, and we got right now we're at 2 pillars down, and then we're gonna get murdered by the Moon Lord, and then
mhm.
we'll probably farm out some more Empress of Light, maybe some more pillars, So I hope you join us on Thursday, Hyper. Um, we'll start at the usual time. It's like 6:30 um, Mountain Standard Time. So maybe 5:30 if you're Central. You didn't actually answer what exact time you were, but
He is central.
you
I
are
I asked
absolutely welcome to join us.
I asked him earlier on Discord General, and he said he was. Yeah, I mean, Hyper could be lying about he's um
On
central, I
Thursday,
believe.
we're going to be playing Terraria, and I hope you join us, man.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I agree with that. And one thing I gotta say, just because it's end of night and all that jazz, I am still holding back so much shit, and I'm actually quite amused that Onyx is just like, come on, man, hold it back, hold it back. He's like, dude, I'm like 40%, and he knows it. So, thank you for watching. Thank you for joining. Good night, all.
And we'll see you in the next one.